But the
Good
point is
afternoon,
like,
good evening, and good morning from wherever you are, and welcome to The World's Gone Insane. Let's talk about it. We've got lots to talk about, and we are going to be kicking off with TV, film, and wrestling and gaming because, look, every week we talk about politics, and every week it's the same old shtick. So we'll change it up a little bit. And with that being said, we'll go into wrestling first before Christine joins us. So then that way uh, she doesn't feel left out of the conversation. Jose, what
Yes.
would you like? Yes, what would you like to talk about first in terms of wrestling?
All right, people. Mercedes Monet, Sasha Banks, came out and she said that, yeah, I'm going to go to AEW, but ultimately what I'm going to do is go back to WWE. And people are just so upset about that. And honestly, at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? I mean, they all go back. Yeah, everybody goes back. I mean, with the exception of Nails and Ryback, I don't think you're going to see anybody else not return to WWE. Well, yeah, never say never about them. Vince is gone, so there's a chance Nails could go in for a Hall of Fame induction, I suppose.
Nails going in.
Yep.
That'd be hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you need to realize is never say never. And she probably would have gone back now that Triple H is under creative, but she wanted too much money.
Yeah.
And Tony Khan seems to have a bottomless pit of money, and so she's going there for now. But I don't think her heart will be in it as much. She'll get booked badly, then she'll have a fucking tantrum because that's what she does. She's got a bigger mouth than she has talent, and she'll end up back at WWE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whatever you say, Vince deserves to be. No, he can fuck right off.
You can see the writing on the wall regarding AEW. In my opinion, I think she knows it's crap and she knows it's unpopular. You know what they're doing is really stupid. They're trying to
put your mic closer.
Sorry, I apologize. What they're doing is really stupid. That thing with the glass incident just made me cringe.
Mm-hmm.
The other day, it's really fucking stupid having all that glass smash in front of a live audience like that. You know, could go right into them kids in the front row and all that. I think she knows that WWE is on the incline. AEW is on the decline. WWE always stands strong. Everyone they've gone up against, even when they're the shittest, they've always come out on top. So why back against a proven winner? You know?
Yeah.
Well, this is it. Look, my issue with AEW is that there's a lot of potential there. It's just Tony Khan needs to relinquish booking control. You know, he's as bad as Vince. You know, I'm not going to say he's worse than Vince. He's as bad as Vince because Vince was a really fucking terrible booker, and that. But you love that glass sport. Well, that stuff is for GCW, man. You know, that's for yeah. That's
glass is unpredictable.
The audience was warned beforehand about it anyway. They were warned.
Yeah, but even if they're warned, you know, like you remember what happened to Big Boss Man when the glass went in his eye. You know, like it's just unpredictable. Glass it shouldn't be involved in wrestling in any capacity, whether it be tables, tube lights, whatever it may be. It's just the wrong thing to use.
Yeah, I agree.
It hurt the people in the audience as well as the wrestlers, and they get lacerations and all that sort of shit. It's just too dangerous.
Vince deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Well, would be if this was like maybe a couple of years ago, I'd be in agreement. But with everything that we know now, I don't think they're going to acknowledge him yet. I think it's controversial because what they're doing in the 2K game, because I played the 2K game, they put Vince in the showcase, but they blurred his face. So what they're trying to do, so what they're trying to do is they're trying to erase him. And I'm like, erase Vince from history? No. Never mention him again? Yeah, that's what I think needs to happen in Vince's case.
Oh, yeah, mention him again in documentaries about what a piece of shit he's always been.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. I love all of that.
It wasn't real glass.
But should he go? It was real glass. You don't get lacerations like that if it's fake glass, mate.
Yeah.
Should he go into the Hall of Fame? No.
No.
No. And I think anyone
he's in Benoit territory, dude.
Yeah, he's in Benoit. Yeah.
He's Benoit territory. You know, you take a shit on someone's head and you treat them like a sexual object, you're done. You're fucking done. You don't deserve to be treated as a human being. You're
Put
pond
John
scum.
Tenter, put Earthquake in there.
Yeah, put Earthquake in there. The most wholesome thing, I didn't see Dark Side of the Ring, but the most wholesome thing of the entire year is seeing Haku laugh his ass off at the Shockmaster. That was the funniest thing and the most wholesome thing I think I've seen in wrestling in years. Yeah.
All the whole production team lost their shit.
Yep.
When he was laughing his head off. Because I never seen that. I love you, brother. And it's just,
I've actually seen Haku in the flesh. He was several rows to the right of me when I was at WrestleMania 24. I couldn't get close to him, but I started noticing a bit of a commotion on this, like to my right. And I looked at the commotion, and there's Haku sitting in the audience.
Nice.
People are asking for autographs. Yeah.
Do I recommend WWE game this year? I never recommend it. I'm not a fan of it. I can't speak for anyone else.
I can tell you this: the casket match is in it, the ambulance match is in it. They've got special referee back. It's a good game. It's not great. It's a worth it once it goes on sale. Give it till SummerSlam. Most of the content will be out by then. That's going to be the time to go pick it up.
There you go.
Yeah.
And also, the thing that annoys me is like every year when the new one comes out, the other one they shut down the servers, they shut down the community creations.
Yep.
As just to force people to buy the new one. So I you know what? I'll be honest with you. I can never recommend anything from 2K games. Just they're just fucking greedy little.
Just the roster is humongous as well. Like they've got wrestlers from yesteryear. You know, I remember once I fucking saw Larry Zbyszko in the game.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, Larry Zbyszko. I would have thought they would put him in the fucking 2K game, but they did.
Yep.
You know, like they got everybody in there. It's incredible. You know, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. But speaking of Vince McMahon, he's now pretty much sold the rest of his shares to TKO Holdings.
Yeah, he's out. He's out. It's over.
Completely out.
Yeah, he's out.
They made it clear in an earnings, I think it was an earnings call or something like that. They said he's no longer affiliated. That has nothing to do with the company whatsoever ever again.
He'll retire from public life and die. I mean, I know that sounds morbid, but I think that's what's going to happen. Is that he will essentially retire from public life and die. Yep.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. He's going to die as a pathetic human being that he's always been, and whatever, man. No love lost.
Yep.
Like I've always had a complete disdain for Vince McMahon. He didn't help wrestling. He fucking destroyed it.
Yep.
And you know, he's done more harm than good. So
that Heyman promo, that Heyman pre-Survivor Series promo rings true now more than ever. That he's like, when your dad died, you swore that you would never compete against these territories, and yet you did. You bought everything, and you bought up everybody, and you became the monopoly. Yeah, you became the monopoly. You became the very thing that you swore you were never going to be, and that's what happened.
And if it wasn't for Ted Turner, wrestling would have died in the 90s.
Oh yeah,
it would have died. Because if Ted Turner didn't have WCW, that's it. Wrestling would have been gone.
Yeah, it would have died
about it.
It would have died in 1993, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I can't imagine what wrestling would be like to this day if the territories would still be around. Will it still have the same sort of razzmatazz budget? All of that. If we had like several territories, I don't know. It's hard to say.
We would have been spoiled for choice. The competition would have been a lot more fierce. You know, the shows would have been putting on banger after banger.
Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, more stars would have been created. Better rights and pay for wrestlers because you're going to need to entice them in. When you have a monopoly,
they would have unionized. That would have been the biggest thing about wrestling today. Is if they would have kept the territory system alive, wrestling would be a unionized thing.
Yeah, exactly. Zam's got a cold. That's what's happening with his voice. His mic's very low, though. For some reason.
Trying to. I think I'm on the recovery, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Let me work on my mic.
Yeah, but your mic's low.
Yep.
But you know, yeah. What? Do I have anything else for wrestling? Oh God, what was it? Yes. Well, we talked about Sting and his retirement match.
We did that off air. We haven't talked about. Did you guys talk about that last week or?
What's that?
Sting's retirement match? Because you and I talked about it. We just haven't talked about it in front of the audience yet.
No, we didn't talk about it last week because it happened after our podcast. But
Okay, well, let's talk about it now. Yeah, Darby Allin is a fucking moron. That's probably the thing that needs to be stated first. I swear that he's trying to kill himself. Like, I believe that.
Yeah, I mean,
all the people who put him in that position to do that spot in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It was so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jim Cornette he was right to rant about that for sure. I didn't agree with everything he said, but his rant about Darby Allin, I think, was spot on. To be perfectly honest, you know, a lot of the issue with some of these youngins is they're wrestling like they don't want to fucking live tomorrow, and it's just ridiculous. We saw Sammy Guevara got suspended from AEW, and the reason he got suspended is because he didn't follow the protocol, and the ref should be suspended as well for not stopping the match. But he went back on top to do another finishing move, which could have gone wrong and hit Hardy in the head again. And so, you know, they're not very clever. He's running a fucking dog and pony show over there. They need to really pull their thumb out their ass. Okay, this isn't the indies where everything's just like a fucking cowboy show. There needs to be, because again, like if you start injuring, messing up, and losing all your stars, then what you're gonna have? You know what I mean? You're going to be running on empty. Look what happened at bloody Wembley. So many of his talent was bloody injured.
Yep.
So we ended up with a mediocre show, which was a shame, you know.
Yeah, AEW, I've always said from day one, they're never going to grow their audience because they cater to the match and move marks. That's their ceiling, and their rating came in. They got Will Ospreay. Congratulations. Good job. 779,000 people in America watched AEW this week, and it goes to show Tony Khan is not turning a profit with AEW. They will lose probably an additional. They will lose probably an additional $25-30 million this year. But then when the TNT and TBS rights come up, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah. For me, you know, you got a problem when your viewership's under 1 million.
Yep.
I think they need to go on the road and do more shit outside the country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem is as well, they like their live shows are so expensive as well. The tickets are so like expensive that we keep seeing like week after week pictures of just empty stadiums, and they just move them into the hard cam position, whereas the rest of the stadium's empty. And it's again, I say this out of frustration. I'm not here to like, you know, I'll bash anyone. Like I've bashed WWEs for years now. Although they're getting it right, I still find a lot of their stuff is boring. But look what happened when this whole Rock thing and how it reignited a kind of interest in wrestling. Because going into WrestleMania, they botched it. You know, they were going to do Roman versus Rock. Nobody fucking wanted that. And yada, yada, yada. Now we're at this point now where it's not just Rock and Roman. You've got Cody. You've got Drew McIntyre. You've got Seth Rollins. All in the mix here. A quintet of holy crap. You know what I mean? And possibilities of more people showing up.
And the funny thing is, you know exactly where this is going to go. You all know that Rock and Roman are going to face next year, or at Saudi Arabia this year. You all know that's the end game. Yeah, the end game is Rock and Roman, and they want that, and they're going to give it to us. They're like, all right, we'll give everybody what they want. We'll give you Cody's story, so y'all can shut the fuck up about that. Because for the last year, people are like, Cody's got to finish the story. He will. Trust me, he will. And
finish the story should start with the fans, or was that with the company?
That was with the fans. The fans.
While we talk wrestling,
yeah,
and I'll bring back it with me.
The fans are like, oh, Cody needs to finish the story. That's how this shit got started.
Yeah, and it's true though. Nobody wanted to see Rock versus Roman, but the thing is, they did the mature thing of going like, let's run with this, rather than because if this was Vince, you know, Vince is like, God damn it,
he'd be petty about it. He'd be like, oh, finish your story. Okay, I'll just have Cody get fucked again. That's how we're gonna finish the story. Yeah.
But Warner Brothers says 4 million people watch AEW per week when you take DVR into account I find that difficult to believe, but I hope so. I do hope so because
DVR, that
you know I
recording.
don't want the product to
Yeah,
go
recording.
away. You know what I
that
mean? Yeah,
means
DVR
that-
recording.
That means they don't have to fucking watch commercials, do they?
Yeah,
Yep.
you know I don't want the fucking
Detrimental.
product to go away, but Tony Khan needs to bugger off.
Yeah.
You know, when you tell a good story, people are invested, and there's nothing
Well,
really
he is
gripping.
Vince McMahon of AEW. How do you tell the boss to fuck off? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
And Tony is the one that just pissed away $13 million signing Kazuchika Okada. So you know that's going to fucking cause a fucking hissy fit. A la Bret Hart going to WCW in '97, and Hogan fucking threw a titty fit about it. The same thing is going to happen in AEW now because you got Okada over there, and the Young Bucks and Omega and all those guys are going to be like, "What the fuck, dude? You gave this motherfucker $13 million. Where's our $15 million at?"
But phony, it's not about them raising the quality of the wrestling. There's no doubt about that. Look, I've said it before. Ospreay versus Taker Shit was a fantastic match, one of the matches of the year, along with the tag match in Elimination Chamber. Those are the two best matches I've seen so far this year.
Yep.
But you need the story. You need everything else to go along with it. This was a wonderful exhibition match, and I will shit hard on Jim Cornette on his review of this match. I totally disagree with him. Sometimes you just need an exhibition match.
Yeah.
You don't need a whole fucking storyline and all that. For the product as a whole, yes, you need your enclaves, those little storylines and things like that to keep people invested in the rivalries and all this kind of stuff. But then occasionally you just say, fuck it, we know these two are going to put on a great match. Let them put on a great match.
Yeah.
And they put on a great match. No
Yeah.
storyline needed.
Yeah,
Okay?
you just get two people who come together, and I've seen it so many times in wrestling generally. Just two people having a match, and the match itself is what stands out. Storyline sometimes can be so massive and big that they overshadow the match itself.
Yep.
The match ends up not being can never meet the level of the storyline.
Yep. The perfect blend of story in the match was Bret Owen at WrestleMania 10. I don't care what anyone says. The story in the match was the best payoff I think they've ever done in wrestling for a feud. And that was 30 years ago.
The one where Bret turned in the end.
No, the one where Owen kicks Bret's leg out of his leg, and he's like, "I've always been in your shadow, Bret, and I'm going to kick your ass at WrestleMania 10." And he did. And then they had the best cage match of all time later that year.
There's a couple of good
exactly.
Well, both of them kind of involved HBK.
Yep.
First one would be him and Angle.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that because of the first time, and they met at WrestleMania. But the storyline wasn't that big a deal. Like, it just, okay, we're going to have a match.
Yep.
And it'll be our first time. And the second one was obviously HBK versus Taker, the first time around at Mania.
Yep.
And WrestleMania 25, which is a lot of people's greatest ever WrestleMania match. I think it is for me personally.
Yeah, and you can't go wrong with Shawn or Angle and Shawn versus Taker because either one could make the case for best Mania match. I mean, for Shawn, it was just another WrestleMania when he fought Kurt Angle, but for Kurt, that was his best match he ever had, I think. The one against Shawn.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But even then, like the feud, like the storyline, it was just like, okay, I'm the light, you're the dark. It was pretty cool in a way, like kind of unique. But the rivalry, like, was one-sided because you hardly saw Taker. Just Shawn Michaels was the one who was kind of keeping the rivalry afloat until they had to meet each other at Mania.
Yep.
And the match itself, oh my god, chef's kiss, greatest WrestleMania match ever. Probably one of the greatest matches I've ever seen.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, congratulations to they just revealed who's in the Hall of Fame this year. I think they're inducting Wyndham and Rotunda, which is good. This is a good Hall of Fame class that they got so far. They got Paul Heyman, Bull Nakano, and Wyndham and Rotunda. It's a good class they got so far.
That's Bray Wyatt, yeah?
Yeah, that's Bray Wyatt's dad and Barry Windham.
Bray Wyatt's
dad. Oh, sorry. IRS.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham are going in. Yeah. Yep.
Two-time Hall of Fame.
Mark Rotunda has not been in the Hall of Fame before.
Nope.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, no, I don't think so. I don't think Rotunda's made the Hall. I don't think IRS has made the Hall of Fame yet.
He is. They
but
said that it's the
IRS
second time he's been inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, okay.
IRS is a character. Mark Rotunda himself should be. He's like say Cactus Jack. No, it's fucking Mick Foley. Mark Rotunda, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, Mark Rotunda should be in there on his own merit, but he's played various fucking characters. IRS obviously being his most prominent.
Let me take a look because I am curious. Okay, yeah, the U.S. Express. Yep. They should be going in too, damn it. Yep.
It's a tag team.
Yep.
I heard Haku is going to be inducted this year.
He should. He should, yeah. Yep.
It's a shock that he hasn't. You know, but definitely.
Hang on. Saying he hasn't. I thought they said
Yeah, see, I told you he hasn't. Nope. This is the first time he's going. He should go in twice. Rotunda needs to go in twice.
Yeah,
once as a
yeah.
he needs to go in once as a single and once as a tag guy. That's how it should be.
I think more single than anything. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that he's going into the tag team is a
Yeah, I
joke.
didn't even know the US Express. I knew IRS. I loved the IRS.
Yeah.
I just knew
The US Express. The U.S. Express goes back to the first WrestleMania. That's why they're doing it. They're like, all right, we're going to put these guys in. And Wyndham should go in twice. This is the second time he's going in because he went once with the Horseman.
Yeah.
And they got Bull Nakano, so yeah. And they got Paul Heyman, who obviously should be headlining. If it was me, I'm putting Heyman in the headlining spot.
I think there might be a tactical reason why, because him being the father of Bray Wyatt, maybe they didn't want him to be standing there on his own. You know what I mean? Take some of the brunt of that, because they're going to Bray Wyatt the fuck out of him if he was standing there on his own.
Yeah.
Bray Bang and fucking cry.
I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to be shocked if they announce Bray this year, because they do that. They always announce a guy usually.
That's tacky, in my opinion.
It is, but yeah, it seems like they did that because they did that with Eddie Guerrero the year after he died. He went in the Hall of Fame 6 months later.
I think even that wasn't worthy. Like, you could wait a few years, you know, and like
it doesn't wait. With all due respect, it doesn't matter. Like, it's a fucking Hall of Fame. It's like a meaningless, arbitrary load of bollocks made up by the fucking WWE.
What it really is
about the Hall of Fame. So just put Bray Wyatt in this year. Who cares? It's not.
Yeah,
not with his father though. I don't think
it's just an
you
empty
could have him on the
bollocks. You
same
don't
year.
get anything extra.
What it really is, it's a congratulatory wank on how great the WWE is. That's why it exists.
All Hall of Fames are just circle jerks for institutions rather than,
yep.
you know.
There are wrestlers who never wrestled for the WWE or hardly wrestled for the WWE shortly. Or was they Sting?
I can barely hear you, man. I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry, Sting. No, Sting's not in there.
Sting's in there. He's been in there. Sting's been in the WWE. He's been in there. Yeah, he's been in there. He's been in there. He got in 2016.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not going to be surprised if they induct like Sandman. I'm not going to be surprised if they induct Tommy Dreamer. They'll at least induct one more ECW guy just to kind of balance it out.
I don't know why my volume keeps going down, but it does.
You need to, because if you've got noise cancellation, it does that. That fucks with your microphone. So deselect your noise cancellation, because I hate that fucks with microphones.
Yeah, they don't have that for Firefox, unfortunately, because I did try to do the same thing.
Adjust mic volume thing. That one. Deselect that.
Okay, but as far as wrestling, I think that's it until we get further into WrestleMania, because I don't think there's much else to talk about.
AEW made $10 million from Revolution pay-per-view, but it doesn't matter. It made $10 million. It's still going to make a loss.
Yeah.
You know? It's still going to make a loss.
What could save AEW? Go into streaming. That would probably be what I would do if I were them. Land to streaming.
Any better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I would say for AEW, if they want to try to turn a profit, make your own fucking network or partner with HBO or do something. You need to get on a streaming service.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, WWE going to Netflix is just going to boost their viewership.
Yeah, it's going to suck. What's going to suck, though, is it's going to suck for all three of us, because that just means they're going to pass the cost on to us. That's what sucks. It's like, yeah, okay, you guys are getting $25 million, but they're going to pass the cost on the consumer, because it's what they always do.
I don't pay for Netflix anyway. My brother does, and at the times
Yeah.
when I'll be watching the pay-per-views, it'll just be late, so nobody else will be watching it. So
Yeah.
it makes my life easier for when we're streaming any of the pay-per-views. So for Rumble next year, it's going to be a lot easier.
Yep.
Netflix, we just needs to be on a streaming service.
AEW Dynasty, am I?
Looking forward to it. Not really. Will I watch it? Of course, because for all I shit on AEW, their pay-per-views always indulge me in some way or another.
Minus
I just get bored out my fucking brains
minus the Eddie Kingston match. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I said fuck Eddie Kingston.
Eddie
that's
Kingston,
right,
man. I can't stand. I don't get the hype around that guy, man.
Yeah.
I don't get the hype around Eddie Kingston at all.
Yep.
He is garbage. You know.
Can he
sloppy?
I mean, yeah, can he talk? Yeah, put him as a manager. As a manager, he'd be fucking great. But yeah, as a wrestler, I don't understand the appeal. Yep.
But even whatever comes out of his mouth, I don't care. I don't care. I fought hard. I struggled. I don't care, dude. To me, you're like Tommy Dreamer, just somebody I don't give a fuck about. You can piss off into the annals of fucking the indie scene for all I give a shit, because I just don't care about him at all.
Yeah, I remember like people like Tommy Dreamer will come out in the Royal Rumble and like someone like JR will go, well, business is about to pick up, King. And then Dreamer gets kicked out after 5 seconds.
Yeah,
I mean, coming into hardcore, Mr. Hardcore.
Yep.
You know, man.
I remember that one time he hit Chris Jericho with a kendo stick.
Everyone loves Eddie Kingston for some reason. I don't get the hype.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So what'd you say, Jose?
I remember the one time when Tommy Dreamer came into the Royal Rumble and he thought he could hit like Chris Jericho with a kendo stick, and Jericho looked at him like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, motherfucker?" And then he just whacked him with his own kendo stick. I thought that shit was great.
Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, fucking hate Tommy Dreamer again.
Yeah, the only thing he's remembered for is, "Please, sir, can I have another?"
Yep,
that is it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, cool. All right.
Okay.
Wrestling. We've done long enough on wrestling. Christine, I don't know if you will come in. We're going to be talking about film and TV. If you do want to come in, I want to see your face in the thing. I'll add you to our stream. Let me just get this story up here. So this is an interesting one. I saw Screen Crush were making a video on this, but I didn't watch the video because it's speculation.
Okay.
And I thought, you know what? Let's indulge in this speculation. So Bob Iger pushes back on Marvel fatigue, but says Disney quietly cancelled movies. The Disney CEO was interviewed at a Morgan Stanley conference in San Francisco on Tuesday, where he called the Nelson Peltz-led proxy fight a distraction for the company. I have no idea what that is. He's pushing for major overhaul of the company's film output in the midst of something of a strike-induced box office drought, and after a challenging year for Disney's film slate, the executive said Tuesday that we're doing a lot to turn around Disney's feature film business, which hit on hard times that needed addressing. Iger, speaking at a conference hosted by Morgan Stanley in San Francisco on Tuesday, was pressed about what he's doing to turn the film business around. To quote, "You have to kill things you no longer believe in, and that's not easy in the business because either you've got started, you have some sunk costs, or it's a relationship with either your employees or with the creative community." Iger said, "It's not an easy thing, but you've got to make those tough calls. We've actually made those tough calls. We've not been public about it, but we've killed a few projects already that we just didn't feel were strong enough." Iger has been spending a lot of time with creators, watching these films, giving detailed notes in these films, engaging in respectful process that results in improvement. And he pushes back on the idea that superhero or franchise fatigue, saying that it was not an accident that Marvel's first 33 films generated bank. A lot of people in the audience think it's audience fatigue. It's not audience fatigue. They want great films, and if you build great, they will come. And there are countless examples of that. Some are ours and some are others. Oppenheimer is a perfect example of that. Just a fantastic film. Like I said, focus is really important. We reduce the output of Marvel, both number of films they make and the number of TV shows, and that really becomes critical. But I feel good about the team. I feel good about the IP we're making. I talked about a lot of projects. We look years ahead. Yada yada. Yeah. So
Blah 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 blah. So it sounds like he's saying, okay, we know. I think what it is, it's bad writing fatigue. People are fucking tired of bad writing. That's the problem. The writing has been ass in a lot of these MCU films lately.
yeah, I mean, so they've cancelled pretty much all the Disney Plus MCU specials. Specials? What was that?
Yep.
Specials. Armor Wars, Vision Quest.
I'm glad about those two.
Only because it was in the can.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah, so a lot of stuff has been culled, whatever they haven't started working on. That's fine.
Good, because we don't need everything in the MCU. It's like you can't do everybody. You can't have everybody featured. I know that's what a lot of people are wanting to have happen, but it's like there's people that admittedly we don't give a fuck about. Like, does anyone here really care about Agatha? I don't.
No,
I don't. But I was gutted about Armor Wars.
Yeah,
I wanted more Iron Man in a way, and we would have got that as Rhodey as War Machine, who
Armor Wars.
has been,
yeah.
who's been there since the beginning. Let's not forget, even though Don Cheadle, regardless the character of James Rhodes, has been there from the first Iron Man movie. So I would like that. Vision is an established character, been there since. I mean, you know what? He's been there since the first fucking Iron Man movie as well, regarding being Jarvis. So it would have been nice for those two, but they're established, recognized, beloved characters.
Yeah.
But some of the new stuff, obviously, it's a lot harder to churn out. I'm very gutted about some of the stuff I think would have been a hit. But that's how it goes.
Hell, I would have liked to have seen. I would have liked to have seen What If get the boot, because What If it was like they had some good episodes and then some others are like, What If could go as far as I'm concerned. You could take that out, put in Armor Wars, and yeah,
Armor Wars should remain. Vision Quest, I don't give a fuck about, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna do sit there with a robot battling with its emotions. Great, fucking been there before. I watched Short Circuit for that, which is awesome.
They could have done it differently, but I mean,
I don't know what else. I don't know if Avengers 5 is now going to get cancelled or what.
They're doing it, but Kang, I think, is out. I think Kang is out. Yeah.
Kang is out. Kang is out. They're just going to move on because they lack the capacity to recast it, which is the greatest fuck you can do.
They left the door open with the fucking with the post-credit scenes. It's going to be stupid. How they have to tie those loose ends up.
Yeah. They could just do they could just recast. I mean, it's the simplest thing in the fucking world. I mean, they did that with Rhodey. They've done that with other people. They did that with Hulk, for fuck's sake. So you could do that, but they don't want to.
This makes me happy in the sense that they're going to ditch. So all the crap that nobody cares about, that whatever's been made now is going to be one and done. They're going to ditch it and just move on. And like I said before, just fucking get to the X-Men and get to Fantastic Four next.
Yeah, let's get to the Mutant Saga because that's where we want to go, because everybody's been waiting since 2008 to see the Mutant Saga come to fruition. We've all been calling for it since the first Iron Man. We're like, when the fuck is the X-Men going to show up? Everybody's been wanting that for like 15 years.
No, but they canceled Eternals 2.
Thank God. Thank God.
I'm totally fine with.
Don't care.
I have no problem with those characters individually popping up in other projects, but they don't need their own fucking movie.
Get shot of them. The only one that needs to stay out of them is Black Knight, which was what's his name's character, because we want to see Black Knight, we want to see Captain Britain, we want to see MI13 and all this kind of shit, and they need to. What they need to do is they need to branch away from just trying to do the generic shit. Okay, They need to go down the kind of weird and wonderful. Because yes, we've got Fantastic Four and the Mutants on the way. We've seen the cast now for Fantastic Four. and we know that the mutants are coming with the
They're banking on those to be hits.
thing. But that's where they need to go, and there is a wealth of characters that they can go in that comic book fans want to see. They're not the fucking Perlmutter.
I agree. I agree. Silver Surfer is going to be the next big shit. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah,
the movie
Silver Surfer is probably going to be the next big shit.
The Silver Surfer movie will be huge. I don't think so.
I think it depends on what they do with Fantastic Four, because that's what's going to lead into it.
I'd rather have Silver Surfer be a series that leads into a movie or comes after the movie. And Silver,
like the Flash, like the Flash series, but good.
Yeah, basically.
And we still need Doom. We get Galactus. I want to focus on some villains. Some villain-based movies.
I'd like to see Doom get his own movie. Why not? I mean, come on, man. Let's switch it up a bit. Let's get Dr. Doom. Let's get his origin story of how he came to be and why he wants to do what he's going to do. Because that I actually would want to see.
But now, because the rumor of the Fantastic Four movie being set in the 60s, we're going to get all that's going to be set in the past, which I don't know if it'll be on a different universe and that kind of collides into like Secret Wars and all this kind of stuff. We'll wait and see. But I mean, with Secret Wars, you can make it work because like Doom was the fucking the dude in that one. He was like the main kind of bad in that, or one of the main bads anyway. So you can make it work. That was Secret Wars too, but you can make it work.
Yeah, you can make it work. I mean, it's good because Secret Wars is going to be a total fan service movie. They're going to do shit that doesn't make fucking any sense. They're going to overbook the fuck out of Secret Wars because I'm telling you now.
Avengers 5 was supposed to be the new Avengers, with the kiddie Avengers. I thought, because they've been working on that in movies and TV shows for the last few years, and I expected something to come out of that because kids do grow up, but they're not going to stay young forever. And some of these younger adults who can still maybe play teenagers are going to end up being in their fucking 30s anytime soon. So get this shit going.
Well, Haley Steinfeld is what? She's 28 now.
25
already. Huh?
25.
Haley Steinfeld? No, man, she's older than that.
The girl who plays.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. The
girl who plays
she's 27. 27.
The girl who plays
by the time they pull their thumb out and all of that, it's not exactly going to be a kid anymore.
Casey Lang is like almost 30.
In the context of their fucking characters supposed to be like young Avengers or the champions. Like they need to do the champions. Forget Young Avengers. Just call it the Champions. That was a fantastic comic book. If Cheeto was here, he'd be simping for it as well. Just do the Champions.
Yes.
Or Coast Avengers or whatever you want to fucking do. But we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting to see what gets cut when they officially when either the Expo D23 Expo comes out or Comic-Con comes out. By then we'll know what's still in production and what's gone, and it's not just it's whatever other crap they were working on that isn't like MCU related. Because
the only fanboy thing 90s me has to say is when X-Men comes out in about a week or so, and if we don't hear previously on X-Men on the first fucking episode of X-Men 97 recapping everything, I am going to be pissed. That better happen. We better get previously on X-Men and see how Charles Xavier left the mansion and see how the new X-Men came to be. That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
I know a lot of you guys are really hyped for it, but I tried rewatching old X-Men, and I'm not feeling it. I'll be honest with you.
Dude, you're
what you think you're cancelled. You're cancelled.
What? I loved it as a kid. I watched it all, but just to but I needed a recap just to get myself back into the swing of things. And I thought to myself, well, I hope this gets better. Look at that. Because why am I not enjoying this like I did when I was, You know, like
that's because you're not 10 anymore. That's why you're not a kid anymore. You're thinking too much. You're like, oh man, I'm like analyzing everything. It's like you just
in the pilot episode. In the pilot episode, you have a fucking senator, like hiding behind a building as fucking Jubilee running away. Like, what the fuck? You know, Sentinel. Sorry, like, it's so stupid.
Surprise! I still love it. I still watch the cartoon. I love it for what it was. The animation is ropey as hell.
Yep.
But I love it. Some people don't. That's fine. Let's hope that the new one comes in and it's better.
All I want is for
not Disneyfied. I don't want it Disneyfied.
All I want is for Cyclops and Wolverine to finally come to blows and just fight it out, because they've been fucking teasing them two fighting forever. So I'm like, we gotta at least see that happen in this show. They have to fight it out.
Not a fair fight. It's just not a fair fight, though.
Yeah, it's not, because Wolverine can regenerate and all that kind of shit.
Well, you're watching Wolverine and he's got beef with Sabretooth. For a start, he's like, you dirty piece of guttering succotash or something like that. Like, he's obviously not being able to swear because it's a kid's show. But every time he's fighting against somebody who's flesh, he'll never stick those daggers in them. No problem sticking into a robot or sticking into a wall to climb down or whatever. You know what I mean? There's Sabretooth. I want to fight you so badly, but somehow these things will never penetrate your body, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If this were Japanese, mate, if this was the Japanese, they'll just be like fucking...
Yeah, they wouldn't care.
And then when everything's done, everyone gets fucked by tentacles or whatever. I don't know. Somehow tentacles get involved. And Mega Red will be like their superstar.
Yep.
And so I'm looking forward to that. There's a couple of new shows to keep an eye out as well. Zam's been hyping up Shogun massively.
Two things. First of all, Shogun at the moment in time, you'll be hard. It'll be hard to find anybody who dislikes it. Really good. It is basically Japanese Game of Thrones without the fantasy element. But it's got all the political intrigues. There's different factions. Shogun. It's on Disney Plus. It might be on Hulu. But it's on Disney Plus in the UK. But it's really fucking good. It is subtitled, but as well as English, because there's these Westerners who find Japan and shit like that. It is very good, but oh my god! I mean, I was gobsmacked how good it was. It very rarely does a show on the first episode grab you. I think I'm all in on this already, and just today, I finished binge watching The Gentleman, the series on Netflix. You watched that as well?
Yeah, I'll add it again. Go ahead.
I just finished binge watching that. Just finished watching the last episode. Finished it an hour ago. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. I did enjoy it. More good than bad, definitely. I did have fun with it. I watched all 8 episodes.
I'm only in episode 3, so no spoilers.
No, I'm not giving any spoilers. I will say this though, which you're aware of this, Chris. It's a little bit different to the film where you have an American protagonist. There's no Americans in this. You know what I mean? The protagonist is a Brit, and he's a gentleman. He's posh. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I'll put that on my list to watch, but. Number one indulgence over the weekend will, of course, be season 2 of Extraordinary, which is returned.
How many episodes?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, Con. Yeah.
I was going to add to what Zam was saying, but just so we're clear, today we're celebrating Women's International Day, and interrupting men with unsolicited opinions and taking credit for their work. If you get upset about it, I'll be sure to tell you that you're just being hysterical and that you should smile more. So that's why I interrupted you. Not only that, but not only that, The Gentleman, I really like it. I'm midway through episode 3. It's a Guy Ritchie production, I believe.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie's all over that.
And I really love that he includes a lot of the actors. He's very loyal. to some actors he's used in the past, and he likes to use them again. He's got that footballer in this
Vinny
one.
Jones.
as well.
Vinny Jones is really good in it. He plays
Yeah.
he plays a groundskeeper, and he's really good in it.
And
Probably-
he's
Vinny Jones
acting.
in a bit,
His
something a
acting
bit
is
more high
getting
profile.
better. You can tell that, the first show or movie I ever saw him was a Guy Ritchie movie, but his acting has improved since then.
That was his first film that he was ever in.
Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. That was the first film he ever did.
Yeah.
I thought he was actually really good in Snatch and Mean Machine. He was good in those, but Mean Machine was his only lead role, and he was really good at it. But he was playing a footballer anyway, so it was a duck in the water for him.
Good adaptation.
I liked it a lot. It was a good football version of The Longest Yard, and I loved him in Snatch as Bullet Tooth Tony. I thought he was great in that role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's an all-round really, really, really fucking nice bloke. Because my mom's friend knows him really well. Because like she leases out her house for companies to filming, and they use a lot of Vinnie Jones in these films. So she knows him personally. Just fucking lovely, lovely bloke. So that's why I'm glad to see him something a bit more high profile again, because he deserves it.
Yeah,
But,
he's also let me quickly show you this. Oh God, the thingy. He's also famous for this. I love
ball
this.
grab.
Yeah, I love it so much.
Nice, Rick.
Like he's getting it right in there. Look at Gaz's face. Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
Get off of me!
He was no nonsense as a football player. Absolutely.
In hockey, we call that goon. When someone's being a goon.
He was a proper
Yeah,
goon.
but
About as much as you can be in football.
Defensive midfielder, wasn't he?
When you would recruit hockey players, just like first round, second round kind of thing for other sports, they would actually look for a good center or a good goalie, but they would go out of the way to find a good goon. Average to good player, but an intimidator, an enforcer.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the subject.
Those days are done now, unfortunately.
There's also the completely made up Adventures of Dick Turpin, which is on Apple TV. Let's see if you can find other methods to watch it. And so far it's all right. I mean, it's no Fielding. It's always 50-50 with him. You either get complete crap or something that's good. I really wish Julian Barrett was in it and writing it as well. But yeah, that's worth checking out as well. So there you go. That's your. Anyone else got any other shows to recommend before we move on?
No, I don't think so.
Those at the moment. We're watching a lot of films, by the way. I saw. Oh God, some of them are escaping my mind now. But yeah. Intensive. I saw. Was it Intensive? And I saw that one with Jared Butler where he plays a guy who crashes on an island. I mentioned that last week, I think.
Plane. Yeah, we've talked about that.
Code 8, Part 2. Yeah, Part 2, Code 8. I saw the Code 8 movies are shit, actually. Not that
Sorry,
good.
what? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you because you're sick, obviously. I'm sorry about that.
He's sick and he always sits too far from the fucking mic.
I can't help it.
What's the movie?
You can't help it. You need to move your mic closer.
I can't. My mic's right on the edge of the table.
Doesn't matter. You need to get one of those extendable arms then.
I can move closer to the mic.
There you go. You get an extendable arm where you can pivot it around.
Is the movie
Do that with your mic.
Name?
Code 8.
Thank you.
It's on Netflix. They're shit.
It's shit. It's shit,
shit.
or it's the shit.
It's shit. Yeah. Watch Sexy Beast on Paramount Plus. That's good.
Oh yeah, that was it. I knew there was another one. Thank you, Zam. Yeah, Sexy Beast.
I've done my reviews on the channel right now. Yeah, watch it. Sexy Beast is good. The series. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to give any more spoilers on The Gentleman. A decent amount of cameos as well.
Oh,
cool. No spoilers on the cameos.
Yeah.
Sexy
Awesome.
Beast.
Sexy.
Okay. Moving on. So,
Next.
Dakota Johnson. I haven't read this article, so I thought I'd just save it for here. Says she's not surprised that Madam Web got ripped to shreds. I probably will never do anything like it again. I don't make sense in that world. Sony's Madam Web was one of the biggest flops in comic book movie history, and Dakota Johnson, the tadpole, has only grossed 40 million so far at the domestic box office, and blah 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 blah. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised that this has gone down the way it has, she told Bustle in a new interview. Is there a reason for that? The publication asked her. It's so hard to get movies made, and in these big movies that get made, it's even starting to happen with the little ones. Okay, which is what really is freaking me out. Decisions are being made by committees, and art does not do well when it's made by committee. I couldn't fucking agree more. Films are made by a filmmaker and a team of artists around them. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms, which is exactly what Chapek tried to do, and that's why we ended up with absolute garbage. My feeling has been for a long time that audiences are extremely smart, and executives have started to believe that they're not. No, executives have always believed that audiences are dumb, but time and evidence will show the complete fucking opposite. This is why you don't get shit like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones that literally were embedded in the cultural psyche where everyone from all ranges, ages, and ethnic backgrounds were talking about these fucking shows. Okay, yep. These were not dumb shows,
right?
And executive, especially film executives, they do my absolute fucking nutting because this is their mentality. Okay, audience will always be able to sniff out bullshit. Even if films start to be made with AI, humans aren't going to fucking want to see those. Yep, agreed.
Yep.
But it was definitely an experience for me to make the movie. Johnson continued. I have never done anything like it before. I probably will never do anything like it again because I don't make sense in that world. And
at least she knows to get out now before it got worse.
Oh, mate, she fired her agency because she thought she was joining an MCU film.
Yep.
And they put her in this garbage. So, lesson learned. But sometimes in this industry, you sign on to something and it's one thing, and then as you're making it, it becomes a completely different thing, and you're like, wait, what? But it was a real learning experience, and of course, it's not nice to be part of something that's ripped to shreds, but I can't say that I don't understand. I've got to love the honesty. Madam Web is set in the universe. Yeah, during Madam During her Madam Web press tour, Johnson was often blunt when talking about the current state of Hollywood. She told L'Officiel that it is a majority disheartening to try and get movies made nowadays. The people who run streaming platforms don't trust creative people or artists to know what's going to work, and that is just going to make us implode, she said. Yeah.
Yep.
Really heartbreaking. It's just so fucking hard. It's so hard to get anything made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's right on the fucking money.
She knew it was going to fail, so she was like, fuck it. Yep.
And I like the fact that she's uncensored and she's honest and she's not afraid of, being, most actors play the politician. She's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's why I like her honesty, because she's not scared, and people shouldn't be scared to talk their minds. We're not doing that now, mate. You come back in an hour when we actually talk about politics, because it overtakes everything, and I don't want us to keep going off on tangents. And more actors need to speak out. In the same way that the writers went on strike, the actors need to speak out and just shit on executives. Just shit on them, take a massive dump, call them out, name and shame them all, because they're the ones whose heads need to be on the chopping block. Because I've said it for years, I have an absolute disdain for executive producers. I always have, and I always will, because they're not artists. They're just a bunch of fucking nepo babies or sad fucks who think that they can make films and they can't. And they get in the way and they dictate creativity and art, and that shouldn't be the way.
And they
art needs to be a free for all, and people want to talk about monies and budgets and all of this kind of shit. If you make good shit, okay, and unique shit, you're gonna make money. And if you don't, shit happens. You move on to the next one. But
wait, one more
Not
quick
true.
tangent. Ginger hates tangents.
Yeah.
I take tangents. I want to keep. I agree with you. You described Alex Hutz, mate. Pick anyone. John Peters. He was the one that started it all for me. You got your Kennedys. You got fucking Avi Arads. All of these. They're all the same. They're all just talentless fuckheads. Yeah. And speaking of talented fuckheads, we'll move on to Sevilla Butella. She's not talentless, but Zack Snyder is. Butella says it was hard seeing Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon get demolished by film critics. It's a movie I will defend forever. You can defend it all you like, mate. It's not good. Rebel Moon star Sevilla told Vulture that it is hard to endure critical beating the film took when it arrived on Netflix last year. A passion project for writer-director Zack Snyder, Rebel Moon is a 2-part space opera starring Butella as a former soldier. Okay, I don't need a description of what the fucking thing is. I always thought I was fully armed. I was fully armed to take on those punches, and then I read the critics that came down on Rebel Moon, and it really affected me. I'm just going to be honest about it. I feel like I'm carrying it for everybody that cared so much about this project, and that's what affected me. Not the way I look. If anything, I've been pretty lucky and people like my work, but the movie was criticized because the movie sucked. It's nothing to do with you. It really affected me for all those who put so much heart, tears, and sweat in this project. It's hard to see something being demolished to that extent. I'm proud of being part of it, and there is no more Rebel Moon. It will be part of my life that I will defend forever. And anyway, I'm not going to carry on reading all of that.
I'm actually looking forward to the director's cut. I want to see that. Sorry, Chris.
I was just going to say, what's that movie? It's also shot in space. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I want to know if it's worth watching. It's got Adam Sandler in it.
I don't watch that. It is so boring. It is so. I tried watching it and I was bored out of my tits. Sandler's great in it. He's when he does serious roles, he's fucking awesome. But the film was just a miss. And I'm going to say this, a rare miss for Sandler when doing a serious film. Yeah, it was just boring. I wouldn't bother with it.
Okay.
But in terms of Rebel Moon, look, Bossman posted the interview with Zack Snyder, and I sat there and I watched it. And it was 10 minutes of a man saying a lot of things and saying absolutely nothing. And to say that that is my biggest pet peeve in a human being is an understatement. Literally 10 minutes to get to the point where he didn't make the point.
Yep.
And it's just like the volume of how his mind works.
It's like that thing. Yep.
Go on, Jose.
It's like that thing of like, when gamers are like, oh yeah, I did this thing, first I had the sausage, I had this for dinner, I did this, and then I went to this one event where this guy told me this thing, but I can't tell you guys. I fucking hate when people do that kind of shit. And that's what Zack Snyder kind of did, was like, yeah, okay, I did this, I said that, basically saying nothing.
He said nothing for 10 minutes, and that's just, for me, that sums him up perfectly, because his films are a whole load of nothing. Empty, soulless crap. With the writing is so bad and the directing is so bad that it's just like, after Rebel Moon 2, he should never be allowed to make another fucking film, because it's just, and I feel bad for the actors because they're the ones that get the flack. I say never blame an actor for a bad film. You can blame an actor if their performance is bad, but not if the film is bad. It's not on them. They're just there, get their paycheck, get all of that. Madam Web, for example, Madam Web has probably done more good for their careers than it has bad, because the whole negativity surrounding it allowed the women to speak out about it and just get the memes going and get like that. By speaking out negatively about it, they've garnered more respect, so to speak. And so it's not going to harm their careers. I mean, Sydney Sweeney, fucking forget it. She's like in the ascendancy. Isabella, oh god, I forgot her name. Despite having a weird opinions about things, she's in the ascendancy. Dakota Johnson, I'm pretty sure after saying what she said,
Yeah, we'll all be all right. Yeah.
Getting to the point, never getting there, is every woman's bad sex stories. Way! I saw that coming.
Or didn't.
Okay.
Or
It's
didn't
posted,
get,
but the
I
people on
didn't get
YouTube
coming.
won't see it.
Hey.
There you go.
Yeah. So your guys' thoughts on what Sophia said and Rebel Moon.
Well, you got to be honest about it. I mean, this is what Hollywood needs. Hollywood needs honesty. You need to be able to say, hey, this wasn't that good, or hey, this didn't go as well as expected. I mean, people need to be honest, sometimes brutally honest. We can't live in a world where people sugarcoat things and it's like, oh, okay, it was just one bad film. Nope, people are tired of seeing bad films, and they've got every right to speak up about it.
It tells me that she's not there just to get paid, but she likes acting, and she wants there to be good avenues for art to get out there. Good art. Not that there's a thing as bad art, really, and one way to stop that is to be critical, and she doesn't shy away from that, and I love her for it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the biggest positive with again. But you see what I mean? The positive that came out of this film being shit is that Dakota spoke out and really criticized the industry and why things are as bad as they are. So, every cloud has its silver lining, and this film, but we all indulge in dumb crap. It's just a shame that it's attached to a universe that's beloved. Whereas Rebel Moon, nobody cares. Everyone will forget about it and all of that. But I couldn't agree more.
Look,
like them speaking out.
Regarding Madam Web, I still haven't seen it. I want to see it because everyone's saying how shit it is. I need to experience how shit it is. I think Chris Stuckman was the only guy who got any clout that didn't mind the movie that much, and he got fucking piled upon by the Red Pill Brigade because they all wanted him to hate it as well.
Right.
Fair enough. I guess somebody's got to like it. It just happens to be him. And
wait, is that for Web or Moon?
Madam Web. Regarding Rebel Moon, I'm willing to give that film another chance because there's a director's cut which makes the film like 4 hours long. I mean, that will make a significant difference to the movie. A significant difference to the movie. So I'm looking forward to seeing that and seeing if it makes the film any better.
It will generate views as well when we review it, because everyone's going to be curious to see what we say about the director's cut. That'll be a 7-hour dissection, by the way. And anyone else that wants in. I want Sydney Sweeney to be my new ScarJo, but she's 13. Well, go back with ScarJo then, you ageist piece of shit. Thank you, Mage. Yes.
Yeah, you kind of sort of heard of. Yeah.
Best channel you kind of sort of maybe not have heard of.
Right.
And that. Okay. That's everything for film and TV. We can move on to gaming. We'll start with the bad news first because, it's fucking... We are in March and we've already had 8,000 jobs culled in gaming. To put that into perspective, last year, the whole year, we saw 10,000 people lose their jobs. In the first 3 months of this year, and bear in mind, it's still the beginning of March, so technically 2 months.
Yeah.
We've had 8,000 jobs cut.
Yeah, and layoffs are going on right now as we speak, according to Wikipedia. Let's see.
They say.
What's happening? Sega's laying off people. Okay. Oh, all right.
If you see me smoking, I haven't given up quitting, but I've tripped. But the one thing I always do to quit something is just because you fall doesn't mean you give up. Keep going.
Yep. No worries, mate. I'm right there with you with the eating. So you've tripped, you fall, you pick yourself up.
Yep.
Have a wank and a pot noodle. Crack on. So sorry, I'll go back to this. So voice actor Mark Dodson, known for his roles as Salacious Crumb and Gremlins, dies 64. Fucking hell, that's young. That's terrible. Oh yeah, and of course the big one for you, DBZ.
This one hurts. Yeah.
Akira Toriyama, manga artist and creator of DBZ, died 68. I think that sucks. I don't know if you guys want to do a video about that for Dragon Ball video.
Well, I think that might be news for Cheeto, who Jabra said, who says, "Do you think all these layoffs are gonna delay games?"
No doubt. There will be, not every studio will get delayed, but there's going to be a few games that'll end up getting put on the shelf for the time being, or get delayed for a bit.
They're gonna move people from one studio to another to fucking bolster up these games, or do a lot of outsourcing, which is kind of the more popular thing to do now, is just to outsource or bring in like temp staff to get things done. And they're gonna overwork everyone because they don't.
We got to get the game out.
In the industry.
Yep.
But on the flip side, so a couple.
I heard Konami is done the opposite to everybody else, and they've like paid bonuses and gave like pay rises and payouts to. So I saw it from Young Ye. He mentioned it regarding Konami.
Odd.
I might be wrong.
How? I mean, what games have Konami put out?
I might be wrong.
Right.
But I just came across this very briefly. I wasn't able to listen to all of it, but Young Ye was mentioning it.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but all these layoffs that are going on right now, like you said, they're going to go ahead and move people to one studio to another. They're going to overwork them because they got to get the game out so the studio heads can make profit, because that's what it really comes down to. Studio heads don't want,
So the biggest problem that these morons have discovered is that live services are too much of a gamble. And this is why you get a lot of shit that just fucking flops all the time.
They're realizing that now.
They don't meet sales expectations and all that. But in true capitalist shareholder-owned fashion, they're not going to go back to like single-player narrative-driven games, because EA, despite the success of Dead Space and Star Wars, have cancelled their Mandalorian game. They've shut down yet another fucking studio, and they've cancelled a whole load of other games, and they still keep insisting that live services are the way to go, because they keep seeing Madden and FIFA, where they have a monopoly because they have exclusivity deals. Okay, they keep seeing that, and they just think, all our games should be like that. We're saying, well, no, Apex Legends now is winding down. It's not making as much money. What are you going to do now? You're going to punish Respawn, who saved your fucking ass in the non-sports gaming sphere. You're going to punish them and sack them.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
All I can say is I don't know who the studio that's re-releasing the Star Wars Battlefront collection, but that's pretty much their saving grace right now as far as Star Wars fans go. It's like, just get that, because that's going to be coming out in like a week or so.
Yeah, but there's also there's that shitty the Ubisoft have got a game coming out regarding that as well, a Star Wars game which looks bland, if I'm being honest. Speaking of so remember a couple of years back when we had that video of Darth Render for Knights of the Old Republic remake that was getting done, and then that got axed by Activision. Well, the company that was making that and has done all the Spyro and Crash Bandicoot remakes and all this kind of shit, I forgot what they're called now, but they have successfully cut ties with Activision. So rather than get shut down, and of course you have to deal with layoffs and payoffs and all this kind of shit, that company has managed with their IP to break away from Activision.
Good, get the fuck out.
Yeah, and Microsoft as a result as well. So that's great. Also, why have I forgotten all these bloody names now? But the company that made the Borderlands games.
Take-Two, or not Take-Two, Gearbox.
Gearbox. So they're also in the process of breaking away from Microsoft and Bethesda
Good.
as well, which is good. So, and I think Young Ye was kind of hitting on it that this is actually a much cheaper thing for the executives to do than it is to shut the studio down and give off redundancy. It's just to cut ties with them, let them do their own thing, and crack on. Because at the end of the day, you're not helping the industry by keeping all the rights to everything, not making anything, and just keeping complete control of the fucking studios. It's just, it doesn't make sense. So if we see a spate of this happening where studios can just go alone yet again and take us back to the heyday of smaller but awesomer games, then that's great. Because at the moment, it's just the killing fields out there for layoffs.
Yep.
So, yeah. And just quickly on this one. So, again, we saw that Suicide Squad was a complete disaster.
Oh, I have something to laugh about when it comes to that. It's already it's on sale now here in the U.S. on PlayStation for $60, the deluxe edition, and the game's not even out 1 month. Yes, it's on sale right now for $60. Yeah. That tells you all you need to know. Yeah,
and the game is so bad that Sony
is offering refunds.
Refunds are giving refunds on the game.
Yep,
it's so broken. That was hilarious. And on that note, WB Games executives are doubling down and wanted to push further into live services and mobile gaming. They want to make a live service out of Harry Potter 2. And they don't learn. Harry Potter 2, I'm going to call it now, is going to flop.
It's going to be a massive fucking fail. I already know. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want it. They love
and everyone will go back to Harry Potter 1.
Everyone's going right back to Hogwarts Legacy, or they're going to go back to the Lego Harry Potter games, which are fun as hell too. Both of those games are awesome.
Yeah.
Give me a bad Lego game; they don't exist. They're awesome.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, for me, how I see these stupid companies going is they're just going to end up like Warner Brothers games. When all their stuff fails, they're obviously never going to take the blame for it, but they're going to end up just going into mobile gaming and try and just target that market because that always seems to make money for them.
Yeah, mobile gaming. Yeah, people will. Yeah, Lego games. I cannot promote.
Offering refunds.
Yep, I cannot promote Lego games enough. If you don't play Lego games, you should. They're fun as hell.
I don't play Lego games, but I own a shit ton of Lego.
Oh, you should get into Lego games, Christine. They're fun. Lego games are awesome.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, but what WD does own, like, I think it's Mortal Kombat they own, as well, like all the Injustice stuff. So I think if they were doing that would be fine. I mean, the thing is that surely the brain trust are there, so how well do you claim in Arkham games sold for them? I mean, apparently those games moved bank for them because they were well-made, really good games. And they need to do the same thing and just go
different people though, Gary.
Yeah, it's not the same studio, man. Yeah,
different, and that's different in even with Warner Brothers games now that's owned by Zaslav and his lot. That's different, and Rocksteady is different.
Rocksteady, because here's why Rocksteady is different. The founders pieced out. That's what happened. The founders up and said, fuck this, and they went and left Rocksteady, and they said, okay, we're going to go form our own studio, which is what they're doing now. They're going to work on
studio. They're in Stratford, so they're not far from me, and I'm looking forward to see what they're working on. They'll probably do their own original IP stuff, as long as they don't do fucking live service bollocks as well. But yeah, I mean, a lot. There is a danger that. Well, I say danger. Do we really care? But like things like EA and even Microsoft with all their stuff that they own, Bethesda, Activision, all this, they're going to get left behind because people, they're just moving on. They've had enough of live services. Okay, you get the odd. So this year's big live service success is going to be Helldivers 2, and they said that live service is done well. Not my type of game, very monotonous, but I'm glad that it's doing well. The company kind of, that they've been good with what they offer for it, and we'll make our own studio. Yeah. Some are cash grabs. Well, yeah, I never played The Force Awakens. I didn't play it. But
All you need is all you need is Skywalker Saga for a Star Wars game, and you're good. That's it.
Best. The absolute best.
I'm getting a
got it.
tablet.
You're getting a tablet? Nice.
Yeah, maybe I'll be able to start playing games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to play games on there. You should be able to play. I don't know. If you've got Netflix have games on there you can play as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they can handle some of the older Lego games.
I think. Yeah.
Fucking spectacular. Yeah, what was I going to say now? Okay. All right. Well, we can move on to some trailers that have dropped.
I want to show one little clip on gaming. I came across it.
Yeah.
I just came across the other day. The little clip. I thought it was kind of funny. Tie screen. Sorry, give me a sec. Why the hell is this not? Oh, there we go.
I have a quick quiz later if you want to do it. Only if you want to.
What?
Yeah, for sure. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
I played some games with Steffi Evans, and I was not prepared for her lobbies. I mean, it's so much.
Hey, are you okay? Oh, somebody's a little upset.
Damn.
Why are we feeling so emotional today?
Talk 2 or talk 3. Oh yeah, and you eat a lot.
I can't stand it when they fucking bleep everything out.
These girls are fucking good, man.
Yeah, these women are good at their job.
GG easy.
Yeah.
GG easy.
Oh yeah. What's on today's menu? The entire buffet.
Fuck you.
Hey, did we wake up on the wrong side of the bed, Mr. Are you serious?
Take your insulin shot. It's time for it.
I played some games with Steffi.
All right, that's
Yeah.
There's like loads. I come across. When I'm flicking through TikTok, I come across loads of clips of this girl and another girl called Steph, and they're really good at these Call of Duty type shoot 'em ups and stuff like that. And they just want to get along with the people in there, and they do sometimes. But other times they just come across all these geezers, and as soon as they hear them, they go, "Hi guys," and the guys go, "Shut the fuck up, you bitch! Get back in the kitchen right now."
Yeah, what are you, a 12-year-old? Why are you playing a guy's game? You need to go play some girls' games.
Are you? They might think because of their feminine voice, they think they're a kid, like who's like 9 years old or whatever. But it's just ridiculous. These guys. It's one of the reasons why I don't like playing these sort of games, because you come across so many cunts. You know what I mean? You can't. I'm playing.
Well, that's mainly in the States. Like here in the
Titan
UK, like I play a lot of Call of Duty, and the ratio is like minimal. Half the time, I can't understand even if they is because either French, Italian, or German.
I'm not gonna lie. I hit the mute button. I'm not ashamed to say it. I will openly hit the mute button, and then just to hear them talk shit, because it's hilarious hearing these kids cuss each other out. Yeah.
I fucking love it. Only if you're looking for it. Like if you're not looking for it, then I told you guys again, like my friend who I'm friends with on Facebook, and she was like the MVP of our team, and the abuse she got just for being a woman was just ridiculous. But if you go looking for it, then some of the stuff you find is hilarious. But I've just found with European lobbies, you don't get it. You don't get it.
And it's not as
the most you get is people just complaining about the game. Like, oh fucking hell! Oh, shit, I'm fucking dead. Oh fucking dead.
And it's not as funny as it used to be in the early Xbox 360 days. That was when it was at its best. Was when you had all those shit talkers on the 360 lobbies sitting there talking shit, playing Modern Warfare 2. Those were the times to hear this kind of shit, because some of the stuff you would hear would just be some of the funniest shit ever. Yeah, especially when they were losing, and like the one guy had like 1 kill to go to get the nuke, and he got killed, and he was like, "Motherfucker, I had 24 kills. Damn it!" Blah, 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 blah. That kind of stuff. That's the stuff I miss. I miss those days.
Now it's just a
Yeah,
bit too
what are you
fucking...
doing to me? I'm trying to get 40 kills here. So it's like, shut up.
Christine, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I really like her comebacks, especially what's that, Mr. Two Kills?
Mr. Two Kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But
And
I
both
don't
these
know if
girls are
she's the
Norwegian, by the
same.
way.
I don't know if she's the same one you showed us before or a different lady, but that other woman who was back talking the guys, I really loved it when, because this is the go-to, go to the kitchen and make me a sandwich. And I loved her comeback was like, go build me a house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great.
Yeah, both those girls are
Yeah.
Norwegian and they're big time gamers. And
How are they
and like
getting
I
into
said,
the American lobbies then?
I think it's very easy to do that. Yeah, I don't think it's that difficult.
It's easy to do it. You can
VPN or something.
yeah, you can region search. Yeah,
Maybe
Poland.
showing our age there.
Yeah,
Poland, yeah. Okay, let's have a look at some trailers.
yeah.
Let's do that.
I've only got 2, by the way, so don't worry. I'm not gonna fucking.
Oh, hi, Gary.
Hello.
Piss out of you.
Hello, Gary.
All right, Gary.
The
Creatures of Ava. Can't hear it.
I
There you go.
I can hear it.
Okay, let me just change them. Why is it on 480p? You fucking... Yeah, so this one I picked because it's got a very Pokemon-y vibe to it.
The Avatarish as well.
Yeah.
The Pied Piper.
Yeah. Not itself, thankfully.
You're going around taking pictures of animals.
Yeah, but it's got some nice like puzzle and reverse elements. You can use the animals to do certain things.
Reminds me of No Man's Sky a little bit.
Yeah.
The color palette, yeah.
Yeah.
It also get the name of it. I think it's like Raya, unknown spirits, where you're kind of cleaning stuff off the animals.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so that's that one.
You like the look of that?
All right.
It looks all right.
I've started to notice what you like now, Ginge. Yeah.
Oh, mate, listen. You know me, my gaming. If it's something a bit different, I'll give it a try. It's the generic stuff I don't like, with some exceptions. But, okay, so
I've seen that sort of stuff before, though. That doesn't look too original, but fair enough.
It's not that original, no. I mean, you're right about that, but I like the look of it, regardless.
Yep.
This one's going to be interesting. It might end up sucking but it's got a lot of shit that I like in it as well. So let's have a look. And again, what's with these weird settings? There we go.
Won't you at least tell me what we're doing here? All I know is
B&H, please.
It's more than serious, Saruna. It is dangerous.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's like Assassin's Creed, but not.
Yeah, but with like superpowers.
Bandai Namco. Okay. It could be either really good or it could
The
suck.
greatest harm often comes from the best
In
intentions.
India.
3D
The cycle is starting again.
or really good.
How many more times must we endure the vanity of the Nine?
It's steampunk.
When there isn't a path to be found,
make one.
Yeah. I love it. It's got like you can control people.
Unknown Awakening.
That looks
been here
interesting.
countless times, and so shall you be here again, In fact, you're here right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh shit! What am I doing? What did I click on there? Yeah, that looks good, isn't it? Looks interesting.
Okay. I've been meaning to look at Xbox stuff, so I might have to check this one out.
Yeah. It's coming on Xbox and PC, so I'll get it on PC.
Yeah, okay. PC for
Yeah,
sure.
it's got everything I like in it. It's got superpowers, got steampunky look, it's got good like traversal and stealth as well. You kind of control other people.
It got a little bit of everything in it.
Yeah,
It's got a female protagonist, so it's woke. So, like,
A female Indian protagonist is 100% woke.
Yeah, it's definitely woke.
Peter won't be buying it.
Or it just happens to be the hero is a female from India. So.
Mate, I couldn't care less.
I know you're joking, but
yeah,
to the people that think it's woke. I mean, there's so many Indians in the world. It's about fucking time. I mean,
the billion in India alone.
Yeah, it's about 2 billion of them all over the world. You know.
Well, what's her face? I forgot the name of the character from Uncharted in these spin-off game.
Chloe Fraser.
Chloe, yeah.
Chloe or Nadine, one of the two.
Chloe, yeah, because she's Australian nationality, but she's of Indian descent, and yeah, she was really good in that spin-off of Uncharted. I really enjoyed that character. It was good.
Yeah. Well, there you go. But yeah, I mean, again, if you've got a good written storyline. I mean, if you look at what's the game that just came out with the you've got like a male and female character, and the female's like a ghost. Basically, they were ghost hunters, then she dies, then she's a ghost, and you kind of switch it between the two. And storyline for that, from everyone's been saying.
Is it Terminology, or was that one that you shared with me before?
I forget what it's called now, but and to find it now I can't be asked. But it's like Spirits Within or something like that. It was called some shit like that. But yeah, a great storyline, like really good storyline. And if you've got a good storyline with okay-ish gameplay or vice versa, then yeah, this one I think, it's up my alley. As long as it comes out and it's working well, then I'll definitely be grabbing it.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for gaming and film and TV. If anyone else has anything they want
I got something here I want to talk about. I saw this the other day and I thought to myself, this is so funny. We're going on about wokeness and stuff, and this is what I saw.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Wokeness is dead because this girl, Sydney.
So hang on, are we going into politics then?
No. This is
I want to hear it.
This wasn't Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for tonight. This has been such an amazing week. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the amazing cast. Thank you, Stacey and Ryan. This is so wonderful.
I don't know what these guys are complaining about because Brie Larson, when she was hosting Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy whatever, she was getting her tits out for the lads, and people were complaining for some reason. But this other girl, she gets her tits out for the lads, and she's blonde as well. And they say wokeness is dead, but the comments are beautiful. Wow, you guys are normal. Boobs on my TV. Damn, the woke liberal agenda must be dead. You all prove every day that you have absolutely no idea what the word woke means. You also white titties on TV and acting like the Nazis just won. Don't give me hope. I'm so confused with that. I thought woke was sexual stuff, but now it's not love. I'm confused. Is the wokeness in the room with us? What TV presenter with her tits that was falling out got to do with anti-woke or positive values? Big butts in the time of famine, boobs in the time of prosperity. The shift towards boobs is a harbinger of abundance and wealth. Woke is when black people become so what is that word? It's got Z in it.
I can't read it. Hang on.
Anyway, I was just oppression. and start to actively consider a way to dismantle it.
Cognizant
I have no,
of systemic oppression.
I have no earthly idea what this clip has to do with anti-black racism or experience of it. Wow, 3.3K bookmarks, fellas. Press.
I can't understand you very well.
Sorry, I apologize. But yeah, I just thought that was really funny, and
Right.
And it's not anti woke. In fact, they don't understand woke, and they don't understand feminism either. Because as a feminist, you can be sexual, you can let your tits out, or not. I mean, it's your empowerment to do either, right?
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And we're talking about movies. I watched a movie the other day. It had
No
Cillian
tangents. I want
Murphy.
to stick on this subject.
Okay.
Because Gary's got to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on, Gary.
All right. Well, there's two good pieces. Well, two pieces written. Actually, one was written by a woman, which was slightly concerning. About that, apparently, the reason this is anti-woke is because she's getting her tits out.
Because she's a white, blonde, beautiful woman, and
Yeah.
that means that's the definition of beauty.
It's because it said that in the 1990s and the 2000s, women were allowed to have their breasts out, whereas after the 2000s, they weren't, because they were told that they had to be more demure. Beg your pardon? No, they didn't.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, look, I know loads of women who have their cleavage out. Yeah, again, sometimes it's for your enjoyment, sometimes it isn't. Again, the thing is, why the fuck is this a woke thing? And like, excuse me, isn't it conservatives who say that women need to dress more conservatively? I mean, that's literally in their name.
And as I said earlier, Brie Larson, who everyone who's a red pillar who goes on about woke all the time, they hate her because of some of those things she said. She's had her tits out all the fucking time. And because she's beautiful and she's got a great body, she's got her tits out, and she's not part of the Aryan fucking thing like Taylor Swift is. They hate on her.
Sydney Sweeney.
And this girl, Sydney Sweeney, whatever the fuck her name is, I don't know her politics, but because she's also beautiful and she's blonde and she's got her tits out, they love her. And all of a sudden, that's the definition of beauty, and that's why why wokeness is dead. But wokeness is just something that means.
Yeah, I mean, after that person put that tweet, there was like National Press did an article on it as well.
Yeah, yes.
Which I don't have a copy of.
I'm a spectator.
But what I mean, just the level of stupid. Hang on, the level of stupid that these people are on is just incomprehensible. And the reason is because these are the same morons who grew up around the Gamergate era with Anita Sarkeesian and her band of fuckwits as well, who basically hated any kind of sexualization of women. And they think that is the archetype and the stereotype for all feminists. They think that everyone is like Anita Sarkeesian. It's like, no, she was an exception. She's a garbage human being and a bully, okay? But she does not fucking speak for all women and all female gamers, okay? She speaks for her and her cabal of fuckwits. You get that in every group of people. But they think that there is the blueprint of how all feminists are. So when they see Sydney Sweeney, who has got her cleavage out, and she's not the only one. Zam hit it on the head. Brie Larson did it. God, Anna Kendrick did it. They all do it. They all do it because it's their body. They're in control of it. All right. Sydney Sweeney, who's in Euphoria, which is a Parlership film series. Okay, but she gets him out a lot. There's a lot of sex and all that. And she turned around and said to the director, you know what? Enough is enough. Okay. This scene warrants it. This scene doesn't warrant it. So we're cutting back and all this kind of shit. And if you know the director of Euphoria who did that weird series with The Weeknd and Johnny Depp's daughter.
The Idol.
The Idol. Yeah, The Idol. That's it. And it was just a fucking weird just basically a pervert's wet dream and all of that. But she knows what she wants to do. She's happy to explore her femininity, and that's what she wants to do. She's in control. She's not being bossed around by other people to do her thing. And I think because of that, it's like, oh, woke is dead. Christine, sorry, I kept you waiting long
The
enough.
worst thing I think for a feminist to say, a female feminist to say, is that other females should do this. And that is just disgusting to me, that someone identifying as a feminist is telling other women they should or should not dress like this. The whole point of feminism is, if you don't want them out, don't put them out. If you want them out, put them out. You know, like, be you.
Yeah.
You're in control, like you said. It's your life. It's your body. You have control over that.
Exactly. And I always say, look, if you've got the looks, the body, and all of that, male or female or non-binary, whatever, all right, and you want to pop them out and do your thing, get naked and all this, I say enjoy it while you can, because tomorrow it will all be gone. And so then you can look back and just think, oh yeah, look at that. I used to look the shit. Look at that body, all this kind of shit. I know people like that. You know, I have friends, they've had their kids, they're in their 40s now and all of that, but back in the day they look fantastic, both the boy, you know, men and the women and all that. And I'm like, yeah, when you can, do it. If you want to, you don't, you know, it's up to you. But like we said, with the Sarkeesian gang and all of them, they hated it when women were in control of their sexuality, in the sense that they weren't part of the cabal of feminists that basically just, you know, keep everything covered up kind of thing. And it's just, it's ridiculous. And
the Twitch streamers who fucking do it, man. Like, they're called booby streamers for a reason, because they're not really. And like, there are beautiful Twitch streamers out there who are really good at the game, and people watch them for how good they are. There's good Twitch streamers out there who try to get more viewers by getting their tits out for the lads, and yeah, they do that too. And if it works for them, and there's a lot of suckers out there in this world who want to pay for that shit, then good luck to you. I'll never understand. I'll never understand OnlyFans. I'll never understand all of that shit. I mean, I'm happy to do it. I've still teased that I would like to show my arsehole on OnlyFans and make money out of that. I'm willing to do that, because there might be something in that for me. I don't care if a lot of guys sign up for that, because, you know, that shit doesn't bother me. But I'm happy to do all of that sort of stuff. But I'll never sign up for that shit myself when there's so much free fucking porn out there. You know, I don't need to. If there's somebody who I like the look of, I'll find the fucking naked picture of them for free online somewhere and jerk off to that. I don't need to fucking go on the OnlyFans and paying 50 fucking quid a week or whatever. Bollocks, all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pull it out, Zam. Let's see if it works. There you go.
I don't want us to get fucking DMCA or whatever.
Just before we get back to movies, I'd like to say I took a feminism course in school, and I think the best thing to explain it is that there's a thing called liberal feminism and then extreme feminism. Extreme feminism encompasses anyone from, like, a woman that thinks she should be barefoot and pregnant, to women should eradicate all men and just reproduce in petri dishes, and that we don't need men at all, and we shall be whatever, like extreme ideas. And then the liberal feminism is, we just want equality to do what we want to do with our own bodies and get paid the same amount for the same work. And unfortunately, it's those extremists that taint liberal feminists like myself with this horrible brush. And people hear me say I'm a feminist, and they're like,
yeah, but that's because that's more to do with the right kind of picking that, running with it, and plastering it everywhere to say this is what feminism is, when of course it's not the case, because conservatives are black or white. There's no other layers to them. They're just thick fucking idiots. Whereas with you know, feminism has different kind of layers to it. There's different types of it. You know, you'll find liberal feminists that are the biggest fucking turfs on the planet as well. So
no,
you know,
I don't mean liberal as in liberal or right wing. I mean, it's just a category, liberal feminism, where it's just very basic. equal rights, and body autonomy. And extreme feminism is the other type. And it could be right-wing feminism, left-wing feminism. It could be all sorts of types. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But
All
if
right.
we go back to movies, I do have something for that.
Okay, one second. This is more SNL. Find out which is the SNL skit and which is real. Okay, good luck.
I can't hear anything.
I can't hear it either.
I can't hear shit.
Hold
Well, it's
on.
good.
Let me
Now,
do
so
let me
we're
do
not-
this again. One second. God
Well,
damn
I'll tell
it.
you what, when you do that, let me go on to Twitter. Get some bits.
Bleh.
I forgot to press the tab. All right. Tab is pressed. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your tab.
The floor sketch was realer than you think. Here's how Shane Gillis and SNL parodied the new Fox game show last week.
It's FDR.
Oh, Margaret Thatcher.
Pass. It's pass. Love her, pass. I'm sorry, I know, but I'm nervous. Pass. I know them all. It's my brain's not. That's pass. Huge fan of her. Pass. Go Warriors. Pass on that.
You don't know who Oprah is?
Of course I know who TV. Pass. Cleveland.
Made this bit up.
That's
But
the
take a
SNL
look at
skit, by the
this.
way.
Here's
This is the
actual footage from the floor on Fox.
Pass. Pass. Oh. Pass.
Kate Hudson.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Pass.
Jennifer Aniston.
Dude, I know who some of these people are.
That's Dennis Rodman. Even I know
Dennis
that.
Rodman.
Yeah.
How did you pass on that?
Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey.
Hey, TLD.
Hello.
Oh,
Mr. T.
T-Pain.
Come on, man. How do you not know who Mr. T is? What the fuck?
Can you think? Shane Gillis and SNL parodied the new.
Yeah,
Oh,
that,
brilliant.
I just thought that was funny. And
Mm.
having a look. Hello, TLD. How you doing?
Hello.
Welcome to the stream.
If we don't finish the TV yet, I've got a couple of things I want to say.
Go on then.
Yeah, go
And
for it.
Steve
We've got
Harvey,
no
you can
tangents
suck a
again.
dick.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right. All right. This is official now. Avatar: The Live Action Series is the worst series of this year by quite some distance so far. It's fucking awful, right? It's nothing like the anime. The anime is much better. They fucking half-assed it because of this. I'm actually going to use a word I don't use. Woke crap. This is actually the one time I actually agree with right-wingers. This is woke crap at its worst. By taking out people's fucking motivations that are in the fucking anime. Don't fucking do that. Include it in the anime. It makes people more rounded people if they learn to get rid of their prejudice. You fucking idiots. I swear this was written by AI. Right. Or written by somebody who doesn't know the idea of a character arc. Sorry.
You know what? I've noticed that you've been going on about Avatar quite a lot recently, Gary. I almost feel like you need to like those guys you see where like the end is near signs and they're walking along the streets. You need to have fucking Avatar as shit. Or you're walking along the street.
Tell you what, guys, just do me a favor. Get somebody to take a picture of you, full body, holding up cardboard. Doesn't have to say anything on the cardboard. Just hold it up blank. I'll put that.
Make sure you're with the Westboro you're alongside the Westboro Baptist Church when you do it. Yeah, Avatar is shit. You know what I mean?
I'd pay to see that, Gary. I'd pay to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, good. Like when you're passionate about something, yeah, fucking have a rant.
Okay, the second thing is, I really want that solo TV series to be good. I know I already did the trailer reaction to it, but please be good.
Which one?
The Fallout. series.
Fallout.
Oh, that looks so good.
Don't fuck it up.
Please don't.
Yeah,
fuck it
don't
up.
fuck it up. Just don't
Walter
fuck it up.
Goggins is playing 2 characters, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing the noseless guy, and
Go.
and the narrator by the looks of things.
The host. Yeah. That's good. I want that to be so good.
Mr. T should never drink milk before playing. I mean, you think he'd learn.
Yeah, you would think that.
He never learned.
I'm not going to no playful.
And he's standing right next to the helicopter, and they're like, "Here, have some milk."
Yeah.
You're going to get me on
I get
playful.
no pain. Oh, milk. Haha. Like, dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
Movies. One.
Yeah, go for it. Movies. Yeah.
I just watched a movie. It had Callum Murphy in it. It was him and another guy based on true story. Second World War assassination of the third highest ranking Nazi who was in Prague. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the name, but you can find it on Netflix. No, on Roku or
Who was
Netflix.
the third? Heinrich
And
Himmler
it's-
was second.
It's really good. I recommend it highly, especially if you like historical. Even though it's based loosely, I think it's really well done. The characters, the emotions, the and it's fiction, but it shows a lot about the Nazis and how they were treating people, and I think it's relevant right now because of what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I recommend it. That, and it's really good.
Awesome.
What's it called again?
It's got Callum Murphy in it, and they do an assassination in Prague of a Nazi higher official, really high official, like third in the party. And I cannot remember the name of the movie. I'd look it up, but I'm on the phone with you now, so I can't.
Callum or Cillian Murphy?
Callum? The guy from...
Cillian Murphy from Oppenheimer and Peaky Blinders. That guy.
Yeah.
That's Cillian Murphy. Nerd card revoked. Major Rage TV. Gonna go stream some Super Boss fights on Wild Arms. You'll have a great year. Take care, Mage.
Yep.
How old is the film? Chris,
Last 10 years.
10 years.
Oh, here we go. I got Daniel Vance has given.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, there you go. Anthropoid. Which came out.
But watch it. It's well done, and it's relevant to our time.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. 2016. That came out. All right.
Right back.
Shall we go into politics?
Yeah, if you guys are going into politics, you know me. I'm out. See y'all later.
See you, Jose.
Yep.
See you, Jose.
See you.
See you later.
All right. See you later.
I'll catch you the next Dark Side as well if you can join us for that.
When is that going to be?
Wednesday.
Okay, I'll see if I can join you. If not, I'll be in the comments. So,
All right,
see y'all later. Bye.
Yeah,
All right, see you, mate. Take it easy. Okay. So, because we live in a glorious democracy and the government are not absolutely desperate to kind of quash any kind of freedom here, socialism, anti-fascism, and anti-abortion on prevent list of terrorism warning signs. So communism is also among ideologies on the document, as human rights groups say UK scheme has been politicized. Yeah, you don't fucking say. A document from Prevent, the official scheme to stop radicalization, includes believing in socialism, communism, anti-fascism, and anti-abortion, is in a list of potential signs of ideologies leading to terrorism.
Anti-fascism.
Anti-fascism is now believed to be a terrorist ideology. I mean, the word is literally in the title. It's anti-fascism. And they don't exactly have a recent history of fucking any kind of terrorism acts. It comes as the conservative government considers widening what it will consider extreme. So they can consider anything extremism, you know, and just and we know Keir Starmer's not going to repeal this if this ever happens, because he'll love it. The document is part of online prevent awareness training for those covered by the duty to inform if they suspect radicalization. That includes teachers and youth workers. The guidance was updated last year, published with little or no fanfare after William Shawcross's controversial government-ordered report on Prevent was released. A former head of counterterrorism said it risks damaging Prevent, and human rights groups said the government was playing political games under the guise of stopping terrorism. Of course, it's fascism. This is what it is. If you're saying that anti-fascism and socialism are terrorist organizations, this is what fascism does. This is textbook. In sections on the left wing, it states two broad ideologies, socialism and communism, each unite by a set of grievance narratives which underline their cause. The section on single issue ideologies documents says narratives are likely to come from those to seek change. But anyway, fuck it. I'm not going to carry on reading this. But Gareth, yeah, sorry, I couldn't see. I was reading the article.
What kind of communism? Are we talking Marxism, or are we talking about different kind of? Because there's different kinds of communism. Like there's different kinds of socialism.
No, they don't care. Anything that threatens capital, Gaz, anything that threatens money is now considered
terrorism.
Organization. Christine.
This is your big brother, Thought Police. How can socialism or communism be a terrorist organizations? Their beliefs and how to run a society financially, they're not a group. They're an idea. It's an idea, right?
It's political beliefs.
Yeah, it's and it's another way of the government taking tiny steps towards preventing people from being able to protest and take their grievances before the government without fear of reprisals. And it's a huge spit in the face of the First Amendment. And all those assholes are out there who are all like, oh, my Second Amendment right. Oh, I'll die before you get my gun out of my cold dead hand. Well, listen to those people specifically. The Second Amendment right only exists because it's there to ensure that your First Amendment right is never taken away from you. And that's what's going on right now.
But the problem with the Second Amendment people is that they're fucking loving the First Amendment stuff getting taken away from people that don't believe in the same
I've heard
beliefs.
I've heard
like when they came for the Jews, I said nothing. When they came for whomever, I said nothing. And when they came for this next group, I said nothing. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to save me. That's
Rick,
what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, this again, it doesn't matter that they're being designated. It's wrong. It's complete bullshit. The people that need to be designated are these fuckers and the Zionists and the fucking, the actual terrorists.
I've actually heard Americans. If I can get a word in, I heard Americans say that they we're talking hicknecks here, that they would rather lose their First Amendment right than the Second Amendment right. I've heard them say that shit.
By the way, if they were really concerned about extremism and terrorism, they wouldn't go after the left wing, because it's mostly right wing idiots here.
Yeah, but they're foot soldiers, dude. They're obedient cult-like members. They don't hold people like them accountable. They worship. I've got people that don't Trump worship. He could fuck up 1,000,000 times over, and they will still follow him off a cliff.
Oh, Kazumi, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, there's a push to ban TikTok. So again, on that, 1 second, Christine. So the only reason they want to ban TikTok is because the Americans don't own it.
Yeah.
That's it. Because Meta and Google don't own it, and it's a threat to their bottom line. That's the only reason. Christine.
I was going to say, and Zam, on your point, unfortunately, those people that worship the Second Amendment don't realize that it's only in place to ferment the First. which is freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to redress your government without fear of redress. And did I say freedom of religion?
Yeah.
Freedom of speech. If you had a solid First Amendment that isn't being challenged or wouldn't be challenged, you don't even need the Second Amendment. The first is first for a reason. And what did that guy just say in the comments?
Oh, Kazumi. This one. Sorry, it's the followers of socialism and communism that are being designated, not the ideology. But
that's not how it was phrased, though.
Yeah, you know,
I'd also sorry.
Yeah,
anti-abortion. Also, anti-abortion. I'm sorry. What? It's like, I mean, being anti-abortion does not make you a terrorist.
Well, no, I mean, listen, they've got a fucking history of
yes, we know
horrific terrorist acts, and this cabal of wankers are on the rise in the UK. All right, they're even infiltrating universities now, so they deserve to be on the list. But it's just pointing to you that they're showing you, look, along with the anti-abortion nut jobs, they're putting in the socialists and the communists and the anti-fascists. And this is, look, ever since October 7th, okay, the crackdown on democracy has ramped up. Okay, the absolute hang on, what channel is more active as far as
YouTube?
comments?
Oh, he must be on your channel. Go to NerdTube.
Oh, Kazumi, yeah, go to if you go to NerdTube,
I'll post the link. I'll post it.
Is Kazumi a regular?
I think he's watching from my channel. Yeah, because I've got two people watching from my channel. Yeah, you go to NerdTube, Kazumi, and you see and Kazumi's a fucking legend.
Is he a regular?
No, this is the first time he's popped in. But because I put the stream on my channel as well, because I know we get people from there as well. Whereas on Twitter we don't get any.
Well, then hi and welcome.
Yeah, Kazumi's part of the old brigade, man, the old atheist brigade from YouTube. Like he's from that cabal. Raven knows him very well because we were all part of the Breakfast Club. Yeah. But look, getting back to the UK, you know, this government, they've introduced like voter ID. All right, they're doing everything to suppress any kind of democracy. And the thing is like, okay, let's talk about the UK, but the same rhetoric is going on all over the world, especially since October 7th, because it's because the American war machine is basically saying to you, crush all opposition, regardless of whether, and because the Zionist lobby is so powerful everywhere, and I know people are like, oh, it's a Jewish conspiracy. No, it's Zionism and Judaism, completely fucking different thing. All right, right-wingers are a cancer no matter what their ideology, be it Islam, be it Zionism, be it fucking whatever, okay? And ever since then, they're just trying to ramp up and suppress democracy all over the world. And it's because they cannot suppress the disdain that people have for what's going on in Gaza. And they're shitting their pants. When we had the Super Tuesday in the States, there was a lot of undecided voters, or not Super Tuesday, some Michigan thing, that clearly marked undesignated voter or whatever it was. Over here in the UK, George Galloway won in Rochdale because he ran on the platform of talking for the people of Gaza. Now, I've got my issues with George Galloway. He's a slime bag, and he said some horrible fucking things. But in this case, because of the establishment thing, it was great that he won because it sent shock. They shit their pants. They did everything to smear him, to tackle him, and all that. And he just turned around and said, anything you lot have done is fucking way worse because you lot are killing people, causing genocide, and I'm just me with my views and my opinions. Not people going to, agree with everything, but blah, blah, blah. But the point is, that's right, Kluver. It's at least 8 inches of solid insertion into the death of democracy. But yeah, again, this is just another last throw of the dice.
Kazumi says, Right wing is all
Yeah.
about depression, all of that, aren't they? Against certain things. Certain things. I think many things.
Yeah, everything.
Anything
Everything
that
doesn't fit
doesn't go
their,
along with their own ideology,
Zimmy.
they want to oppress. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
because the thing is, in this country, we have a general election that has to happen by January of next year. Now, Labour are pushing it to happen in May. I think they've tried to push it for the 2nd of May. Now, there is 0.0 chance that happens because they will either try to save it to autumn or push it to next year when it happens. Because they've just done a budget. So our Chancellor has just pushed for a budget which has fucked over a lot of working class people, basically.
Yeah, and it's fucked over the NHS even more because when you cut national insurance, those tax cuts, they're gonna cut services. They don't benefit us; they benefit him and his fucking landlord friends because he's a fucking massive landlord as well. And it's just, and then the next government that comes in, they're just as bad. I mean, they're sitting there going on TV and fucking shitting on the poor even more, saying, we've got to get people off benefits and the Tories aren't hard enough. And it's like, in what fucking world? This is just appeasing the right-wing media. This isn't even appeasing the voters. Because at this point, all the voters, 52% of this country or that works are on benefits because they can't fucking survive otherwise. So you're sitting there trying to tell me that this is your rhetoric. You're appeasing Murdoch's media. You're not appeasing the voters here, and they're getting called out on this by left and the right, saying, "What has this got to do with anything?" Brick me. I don't agree with everything George Galloway, but I love him the politician is and respect how he play. Yeah, he's good at playing the political game. You know, exactly, and he says what he feels basically, but he's still a slime bag. Christine.
Yeah. Sorry, if I put my hand up too many times, I just want to sort of go click. So when you're ready, I'm not like demanding you like get to me now.
Don't worry, don't overthink it. Just crack on.
Okay, so when you're running something like the NHS, people have to realize you cannot run a health care system based on numbers. It has to be based on the needs of your patients. Numbers can't come into it, or you're defeating the whole purpose behind making people well again.
Well, and the thing is, look, if they actually looked at the numbers, which they don't because they're idiots, if they looked at the numbers and they saw the American numbers, which is the system that they want to bring in here, because again, privatization, profit, and all this kind of crap, it costs the government, privatization costs governments more in every aspect because you don't get a return on the profits. The profits go to shareholders, they don't come into here. The post office, since they privatized it in 2010, as soon as the Tories came in, we've seen our stamps skyrocket, triple in price. Okay, and the people complaining that letters. And sorry, Zam, go on, mate. Before I crack on.
The service, the post office is shit. I've been waiting for my fucking PCO, my DBS certificate for 2 fucking weeks. I had to ring them after 14 days, but I couldn't. Even though I rang them earlier, but they told me if he doesn't come after 14 days, ring us again. And so I did, and I'm hoping now, fingers crossed, they do fucking finally send it to me. I mean, fuck.
I'm sorry, it still hasn't come?
It still hasn't come. And I've got 45 days left until my license expires.
That's fucking ridiculous. That is.
I agree.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
A DBS.
I'm waiting for this certificate so I can then continue my process on my application. And I'm doing it online, but I can't do it
Application for?
It's like to think to work with like vulnerable people or when you're a cab driver, you need to show that you don't have like a criminal record
Right.
and things like that.
It's basically a background check on you. Basically.
It's called the PCO license, Public Carriage Officer. By the way, I got something to show you here. Let's check this out.
Do you know how much it costs going from Chelmsford to London for a monthly season ticket?
£200?
Around 150.
So a monthly season ticket is £478.
This piss take.
Railway robbery, not highway robbery.
I didn't want to buy the train.
It's cheaper to drive.
Any idea how much the same ticket for the same distance in Germany is?
God knows.
Want to hazard a guess?
Half price.
250.
Try a bit lower.
150.
Lower.
100?
30 quid.
Really?
80.
Lower.
50.
49 euros a month.
A month.
Unbelievable.
Jesus. Wow.
It's ridiculous.
But they run Vorsprung Duck technique like the cars, don't they? I'm moving to Germany.
That's over 10 times less.
Wow. Wow. The UK needs to do better.
So someone around here is wearing a stripy top and a mask.
That's why people don't want to use public transport. It's so expensive.
So what do you think people are getting for the extra costs they're paying for their train ticket here?
It's so busy. There's always people standing.
I mean, more likely to get trains to run on time?
No, absolutely not.
The other question is do you think the train companies are struggling? That's why they're charging so much money?
Yeah, probably.
Do you know how much they paid out in dividends to their
This is where it's all
in the
matters.
last financial year?
Do I want to hear this?
They paid out £76 million.
Jesus Christ.
That's mental. I didn't know that sort of money existed.
So you're not surprised because you're from Switzerland?
Yeah, they don't have to pay the shareholder that much.
If I was a shareholder, I'd be ashamed to take it.
It's just greed.
So at least someone can afford the train.
Yeah, no one else can.
You look delirious.
No, well, this is the whole problem, isn't it? It's all the services in this country are all exactly the same.
Exactly.
All outright owned. So therefore, why does any corporate company want to help British public?
Their profits are disgusting. They've not made one gesture.
And guess what? Train prices,
Due to go up.
they're going up another 4.9%.
Are they?
No, of
Yeah.
course.
Now!
Above the rate of inflation again.
We're up to about over £500 a month, then, wouldn't it? £6,000 a year. That's just not. It's not value for money, is it?
Do it.
I'm getting the bus back.
You could rent a car for that amount.
So
Yeah.
just
Or lease
just
it.
to put it just to put it into perspective for you guys, Chelmsford, for me to go in a car is 45 to 50 minutes from where I live. All right. I'm at the northern point of London. I get on the M25 and then blah blah blah, and I'm there in like 45, 50 minutes. Okay, into central London, it probably takes around the same time, maybe an hour by train. And that's costing you, what did it say, £490 a month?
Almost five a month.
Almost £500 a month. So, and like I said, this money is not going back to the service. The service hasn't improved. Our service is decades behind the world, anywhere else in the world that is has nationalized rail. And this is my point. And they think that the health service will run better. No. Before the Tories came in, okay, Labour, to their credit, even though they did mass privatization within the NHS as well, but to their credit, waiting times were at their lowest in decades. All right. The Tories came in. Not only did we have the number one most efficient health service in the world, now we have like the 12th or 15th or whatever. Waiting times have skyrocketed. Services have crumbled, dilapidated, and all this. And you think privatizing it is going to make it any better? No, it's going to make it worse. You've seen the American system. It's dog shit. Okay. America is literally a third world country because everything is privatized. Privatization doesn't work. It's what's destroying African countries as well. Because of rampant privatization, they try to nationalize things, and America goes in is like, bye-bye to this government, hello to government. And this is it just costs us money, and every year it just more and more and more. So you can't be cutting these fucking services, Gaz.
Yeah, like I mean, like I mean, like, because how far do you live? Let's say from where you work.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I 3 miles. I'm not far.
So not far. So how much would it cost you to get a train from where you live to where you work on a monthly basis? You work there weekly.
All right. Well, let's say I took a train from where I work to a train from where I live to where I work. It's 3 stops on the train. It's along that pathway.
Okay.
It's 3 stops. But that alone would still cost me about 70 to 80 quid a month to do that. Yeah, just for those 3 stops. It's ridiculous. I drive. I put in 20 quid of petrol every 3 weeks. You know, I barely use it. And if I had functioning legs, I'd walk because 3 miles ain't shit. Back in the day, 3 miles, I did that. No problem. And it's still cheaper to either walk, or obviously, but to walk, or go by car than it is to even use the bus. Because the bus will cost me £90 a month to use a bus, to get a bus pass. You know, yeah, Christine.
The government is so short-term thinking, because to me it makes more sense to keep it publicly funded, because you want your worker bees to be able to go to work and pay their taxes and keep the government, you know, coffers full. They're either very short-sighted, or we already know they're greedy, but they're just so greedy that they'd rather destroy something and make sure that their friends in the short term get contracts and money.
Nail on the head.
I don't even think they know that they're going to destroy it. They just keep thinking that somehow we will keep burdening everything and keep the system going for them in order to make money. They don't realize that we are not a bottomless pit as poor people or working class blue collar people. Eventually they'll hit a brick wall with us, but they haven't yet, and so they can keep this gravy train of theirs going. Unfortunately,
I mean, Obamacare, again, they just put power into the hands of private insurance companies. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the final thing that Obama wanted. I think he wanted some form of a public option, but because Democrats are pussies, you ended up with this.
What
crap.
did she just say? America is the W.
The wing.
Wrong example to follow.
Oh, the wrong example to follow. Yeah,
yeah. America, yeah.
Any of the comments that you're chatting about.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I read them out though. Did you hear what I said about the Obamacare is a joke? That one, I read that out.
But,
it's not Obama's fault.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
I was just going to say, but I mean, like, I mean, the thing is, it's different in the country though. I mean, like, I used to, as people know, I used to live in Glasgow. So where I used to live was about 9 stops from where I used to work. I had to get off to go to work, and then 9 stops back. For that,
train or bus?
Train. So for that, for a month, for me, it was about 52 quid, 53 quid for the month.
That's still too much.
Just for that distance alone. Yeah.
That's still too much. Like for me, like you know, trains should be fucking costing you peanuts. Like there was I don't know if you guys watch him, but I think the channel's called Abroad in Japan. So there's an English guy that moved over to Japan years ago. Fantastic channel, absolutely love it. He just talks about everything Japanese life and shows you all these places. And he just did a thing. His recent video, a couple of days old, like, is Japan expensive for tourists? And when he started talking about the cost of train tickets, I was just like, oh, that's ridiculously cheap. Like, you know, it's just like, you know, for your basic travels and all this kind of shit. I'm looking at that and I'm comparing it to England. I'm like, it's not even 1/10 of the fucking cost. It's ridiculous. Like, that was the point I wanted to make earlier, and I completely forgot. That's my own fault. In the how many years that we've had the tourism coming up to 15 years now, train tickets have gone up 65%. 65%. That's shocking fucking numbers. Your ticket prices, Christy.
I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be great if for every time a politician brought something to pass or fruition, like these changes in train costs, they would have to live the consequences of those actions. So no more private cars, no more the government comping you for expenses, for business expenses. Now you have to take the train and you have to pay for that ride. You have to wait in the lineups. You have to take the time to travel that distance and not have a chauffeur do it. And just, that would be great. Like for anything, for healthcare, if you make it happen, you live it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the first things I'd implement as well is I'll take away all expenses, MP expenses. I'll be like, no, nobody else gets their expenses covered in the public sector, so neither will you. So you have to pay for everything, and let's see how quick they ditch becoming a fucking MP. like getting your bloody bathroom refurbished at the taxpayers' expenses, getting your second house, buying your second house and claiming expenses on that. It's ridiculous how much like these people live the idyllic life of socialism for themselves. Okay, the evidence shows you socialism is fantastic, and only the rich get to indulge in it. The rest of us pay for it, and that's the sad reality here. I just want to go to this comment by Mr. Vancy. Ohio talks about a light rail for decades. Our public transit is horrible. Vance, and I guarantee you, the minute somebody talked about it, the car lobby came in, paid somebody a fuckload of money to bury it as well, because they do that everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like, because what was it called now? There was supposed to be a railway between Birmingham and London that would make commuting, because a lot of people who work HS2, yeah, a lot of people who work in London don't live there. So a lot of people live like in the Midlands or live where I live in Manchester, and that would have been like a very quick, very simple. But because it would have cost them a load of money, and it was for people's good, not just for theirs, they went against it and went, "Oh, it's supposed to be here like 4 years ago, and they're still different about it."
Some of the destruction in the countryside, guys, and I've seen it, dropping people home and stuff. It's disturbing how much the natural beauty of our country has been torn apart because of HS2. You know, like you have to see it for yourself. It's quite
and you're a farmer now. Sorry, Sam.
Go on.
And you're a farmer now, and you've been made to sell off your land, and that land that got sold off, wasn't bought by the government. It was sold to a private company, and now that the HS2 has been scrapped, you can't get your land back. A private company owns it, and you have no right to it. I was going through it with my brother, and it's a complete fucking mess. Like the people that were forced to sell their land got absolutely screwed out of it because, again, it's not publicly owned land anymore. Now it's now owned by a private development company, and this is when you dissect the HS2. It is the epitome of why things shouldn't be handed off to private companies to build, because they're inefficient. They just want the money. They take the money. They don't produce the goods. Yeah, exactly, mate.
So fucking.
The HS2 was only 11 minutes faster. Well, that is a fucking waste of money.
That won't work because now we view politicians as celebrities and we worship them instead of them being regular people with a job of great responsibility. Yeah.
Big, you talking shit. It wasn't a little bit faster. It was over an hour faster.
Whatever. That won't work because now we view politicians as celebrities and we worship them instead of them being regular police in a job with a job of great responsibility. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. Christine.
I was just going to tell you, we don't pay tolls in Ontario for our roads. They get paid for through our taxes. Until we had the 407, 427 built by the government. And at first I was like, oh, tolls, I don't like that idea. And then I thought, no, it's better for the environment because the money was going to go towards keeping one of our wetlands healthy. And to keep the upkeep of that road paid for by the people using that road, I was kind of for it, right? In the first couple of years, it wasn't making enough money to pay for itself. But they were making some money. And as soon as it started to turn a profit, guess what they did with it?
They privatized it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's how it works. When they built the HS2 bridge over here, or the QE2 bridge, HS2 bridge, when they built the QE2 bridge over here, they were meant to keep the tolls there just until the bridge is paid off. As soon as the bridge was paid off, they're like, oh, anyway, we're going to keep the tolls there because money.
The Dartford Tunnel and all of that, yeah.
Yeah, Dartford Crossing. You want to cross that bridge and back, it costs you
£1.
£5.
No, it's £1.50.
£2.50.
Oh, £2.50, yeah, sorry. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's £2.50 there and back, or is it £2.50 each way? I'm pretty sure it's each way.
£2.50 one way.
This is a funny
so it's
story.
each way. So if you go one way and then you come back again, it's £5.
Yeah, very rarely because I've taken it myself a few times, and I think to myself, I can take the Blackwall Tunnel and all of that shit 45 minutes extra on my journey, or I could take the Dartford Tunnel and save 45 minutes and pay £2.50 for it. And unfortunately, I'll pay £2.50 for it because those 45 minutes are valuable to me. So, are you serious?
Yep, and
Are
the
you
Blackwall
serious?
Tunnel is going to be tolled. Yep.
Ridiculous.
Mate, that's gonna make the Rotherham Tunnel gridlocked.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna make the Rotherham. Oh my god. Oh man, I'm depressed. Anyway, I've got something else now to talk about.
Hang on, Christine had a hand up before you go on to
Yeah.
your dumb
You know,
shit.
we've got a bunch of different
Thank you.
provinces. One of our provinces is called Prince Edward Island. It's an island. It had a bridge put in about 15, 20 years ago because you used to have to take a ferry across with your car. And I had no idea there was a toll because going across the bridge to the island, no toll. But if you want to get off the island, it's $35. So you
Wow.
Fucking hell, $35.
They hold you
I think, well,
hostage.
they've got such a low population. I think they're trying to keep people.
By the way, before I share
Christ.
my thing, like America itself, by the way, that country should be smothered in railway tracks. It should be railway tracks all over that fucking country. The fact there isn't is a fucking joke. It'd be so much more
It has the
beneficial.
worst railway system in the world.
Yeah.
It's
It
the
doesn't
country.
really compete with third world countries. You know.
Anyway,
Go on,
I
Zach.
saw this on my Tickety Talk, and I thought to myself, wow, like Charlie Kirk, he really is pushing the boundaries now. It's a joke.
What the fuck did you just say?
There's other death penalties. I think what some of those guys did to Donald Trump to use the instruments of government to destroy the constitutional order, that should be under consideration.
You know, I thought that's what you fucking said, but I just wanted to be sure that you were actively calling for the public unaliving of Donald Trump's political opponents. That's good. That's good. Where are you going to take it from here? Because I know what you think of, guys. There's just absolutely no way it could get any fucking crazier than calling for the public unalivings of the politicians in this country. Right?
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many
Too
appeals.
expensive.
It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Okay, so the answer is it does get fucking crazier, but at least now we can all take some comfort in the fact knowing it doesn't get any fucking crazier than calling for the public unalivings of Donald Trump's political opponents and turning the death penalty into some fucking Coca-Cola sponsored Super Bowl like televised event. Right?
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotine in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine
Until
the whole way.
77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
You know, I don't know if I'm just getting fucking old or if I got to go a little deeper with the Q-tips, but it sounded to me like you just said that's so cool in response to France using the guillotine up until 1977. Now, as fucked up as that is, I'm sure we can all agree that the guillotine has no place in today's society and should never be used in this country, right?
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
And I agree. It should be public
And
should be public
televised.
square.
By the way, you could
Force
fund the
kids
government
to watch it.
What the fuck? Yeah, you're going to have to fucking run that one by me again. Holy shit.
Force
the
kids
government
to watch it.
The fuck is wrong?
Yeah, I know.
Force
Get it.
kids
like brought
to
to you
watch it.
by Coca-Cola. And no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune into. And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed.
I mean, that's just fucking sick. It's just fucking disgracefully sick in the head to say shit like that. At least we know that Charlie and his friends would have been the ones lined up around the sand pits dug by the German army in the 30s and 40s at Belzec, Sobibor, Majdanek, Auschwitz, Battle Yar, all of them. They would have just been lined up because they would have been dying to see these things in public. But the conversation just can't get any fucking grosser than it's already been, right? Right?
You think children should have? You should see it. What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
6th grade or so.
All right, that's enough of the fucking most insane fucking people on the face of this fucking planet having the most insane discussion I've ever heard on fucking right-wing media anywhere that I've ever fucking consumed it. I mean, that shit is just fucking wild. 12 years old. 12 fucking years old. Now, for anybody out there with a daughter or son that's around the ages of 12, let me just ask you, what do you think the impression would be? What do you think they would think about seeing a public unaliving? Unfucking believable. This is what we're dealing with. These are the motherfuckers that think that they're going to take power back in 2024. And if you stupid fucking bastards give it to them, I'll never fucking forgive you, because that shit is fucking horrendously.
Yeah, there we go.
Just a quick note.
But you watch some absolute
I'm
guff.
behind this. I'm behind
Keep my
this,
ass.
and I'll tell you how I would be behind this. If any one of those panelists went first to show it was okay, then I'd get behind it.
It's funny because they were talking about at the beginning. They were talking about pedos and stuff, but they should realize if pedos were to get executed, which I have no problem with, by the way, they'll probably lose half their voting block. So. So they should be careful what they fucking wish for, but then they want to like publicly kill their political opponents and stuff like that. I mean, Charlie Kirk is not only a racist, I mean, he's sadistic, and the fact that this guy's got a public platform is frightening. It really is.
I mean, the fact is that the fact that he's called for televised executions is just like what? I mean, I think they do that in like certain Arabic countries. I think they do it in like Qatar. I think. I don't know if
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, is it? Yeah, I don't. It's like
Iran.
it's not a flaming. What's the word? It's not a deterrent. It's been proven not to be a deterrent. So what the fuck are you
It's
doing?
not about being a deterrent. It's nothing to do with being a deterrent. They just love the fact
They're doing it
that
for their own, they like to see people getting killed.
They can't beat them, so they have to eliminate them because they know
Yeah.
they're wrong. They have to get rid of their opponents, and they're sick motherfuckers.
Which, if you look at again what we just talked about 2 minutes ago, about our own UK government trying to put communism and socialism under extremism and anti-fascism under extremism, it goes to show you. And Americans, I hate to say it, but as much of a useless cunts the Democrats are, you better pray that Trump doesn't fucking win in 2024, because you're up shit's creek without
Even if Trump doesn't win in 2024, like whoever the Republican nominee is, even if after Trump dies, I mean, the landscape has changed in American politics. Like they know the next Republican who goes in there, they got carte blanche to do what the fuck they want and end democracy. And
but I just want to go back to some of the British stuff here, and then Zam, you could do the next one. We'll do back and forth.
I think I'm out now. I think I've got everything.
All right.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Corbyn posted who this is. I've asked my lawyers to take the first steps in commencing legal proceedings against Nigel Farage, following a highly defamatory statement about me. We are a movement of peace. We cannot stand by and let these disgusting, malicious lies go unchallenged. So Jeremy Corbyn is suing Nigel Farage because Nigel Farage said this absolutely ridiculous thing. Then we'll talk more about it.
But really, Nigel Farage said something stupid.
I know, shocking, isn't it? All right.
What the fuck do you say?
Community in North America had been massively successful in law, in business, and yes, they did campaign for what they wanted. They did it within the law. They did it quite successfully. But I was never a subscriber to the madcap conspiracy theory that the Jews run the world. But I tell you who was. Yes, Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader that you supported. Yes, Jeremy Corbyn. I said the Jewish.
So Jeremy Corbyn never once said that. He has never once fucking indulged in any conspiracy theory. But the guy lives rent-free in the establishment's mind because he did so much damage. He put the frighteners on them so much that, again, it took 4 countries to bring him down. Okay. And people within his own party. But I'm so glad he's suing. And this should be... People should start suing these kind of idiots with great prejudice for all the lies and the smears that they are indulging in. Because, like we saw with Fox News, when They were all happily to take part with about the voting machines being rigged and all this, and the election was done and all that. Dominion sued Fox News. Fox News were like, "Oh, we can't talk about that. No, we can't." And any guest was banned. As soon as they started talking about it, they were shut off and banned and all that. And that's what the left needs to do over here, from just with great fucking prejudice, start suing for libel and come down hard on these fucking people. Okay, Jeremy Corbyn has sued God knows how many people and won every single case, proven time and time again that he was not whatever they claimed him to be. And other people have also sued. Again, this is all lies helped being spread by fucking the establishment. I see your hand, don't worry. And the kind of like Zionist lobbies and all these kind of fucking private equity firms and all these fucking assholes here, okay? And yeah, he shouldn't stand for it, and nobody should stand for it. You'll suddenly see them shut up and change their tune. I'll be like, okay, well, we can't lie, so we have to kind of not talk about it. Is the best form of action to go down next. Christine,
I totally agree with you. Start getting some balls, you lefties. Sue the pants off these guys, and they'll stop doing it. Unfortunately, until that happens, they're going to keep doing it and planting these seeds, because until you win enough to make them stop doing it in the first place, they've planted seeds. So on top of just getting money and winning your case, there should be a form of open, very forthright, factual apologies that aren't, backhanded or, one side of your mouth, but like, this is what we did wrong. This is why it's wrong. We sincerely apologize as well. Should be included in the winning of a case.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaz.
I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but do you know who India Willoughby is?
No.
Say that again?
India Willoughby. She's a trans woman.
I've heard of the name.
Yeah, anyway. She's suing one of these TERFs because they misgendered her. I kept on doing it and kept on saying that she's a danger. So she's gone and she's done the same thing you just said. She sued them, said, right, prove that I've done any of the things you accuse me of doing in a court of law. And all these, like, maybe, these TERF types are like going, oh no, she might win. I'm like, she will win because you can't prove that she's done any of the things you accuse her of doing. I think she's just had enough. And that's the thing. People here, the right wing on here, have got to realize people have had enough of your bullshit.
Yeah, we have libel laws over here, and to the credit, a lot of them have taken a lot of people to fucking court and won, because they're like, there's public funds that we will put into to kind of help people fight these cases. Like when Corbyn first sued, I can't if it was either newspaper or the people. Everyone that fucking smeared him early on, he raised, like, basically somebody put out a public fund to help him, and he raised like 350,000 to fight his legal funds in like a space of a couple of days, and they were like, okay, they backed off. They're like, shit. So they know when Jeremy Corbyn sues you, you're fucked, and it won't be long until we get a retraction from Farage. Probably live on GB News, and the damage that these people could do. So, do you guys remember right around when the war the genocide began, when there was an episode of University Challenge that came on, and there was 4 students there. They had an octopus mascot, and
I remember.
You remember that, yeah?
Blue. And she was an Asian woman as well, Middle Eastern.
I think it was a niqab she was wearing.
I think she might have been wearing black, red, and green as well, a mixture, so it looked Palestinian-y.
But it wasn't. Well. That was doctored. So she was wearing like pink, orange, and some other color. But the picture was doctored to make it look like Palestinian.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
Yeah. And so Baroness Foster went on this mad tirade against the students, saying that she should be kicked out of university and all those students should be kicked out because the octopus is a massive anti-Semitic symbol, and she's wearing these kind of like, the Palestinian colors, and politics shouldn't be allowed. And she tried to fucking basically go after the university should lose its funding and all this kind of shit. Like, she went proper fascists to protect the Zionists. Okay, well, that student, because she faced a whole lot of harassment and abuse, she sued and she fucking won. And I am going to now bring up Baroness's apology, which she posted on Twitter. Okay. So let me just go here. And right. Following my public apology on X on the 30th of November and my private apology by personal letter on the 1st of December, I wish to apologize to Mrs. Gorjanet for my part in posts made about her on Twitter on the 20th of November following the BBC's University Challenge program. I wrongly allege that Mrs. Georginet chose one of the most disgusting anti-Semitic symbols, a blue octopus, as her team's mascot, which I held her responsible for. I accept that these allegations were completely false and unfounded. I made a grave mistake in making those posts, and I should not have done so. I again deeply apologize to Mrs. Georginet for the allegations and distress caused to her. We have since reached an amicable resolution. I do hope this goes some way in mitigating what has been the most distressing time for her. I have agreed to pay her a substantial damages and cost. So that is fucking beautiful, because she did a lot of damage and she's had to pay out of her own pocket. There's no going to the taxpayers.
How much?
Undisclosed, we don't know, but it's a substantial amount. Gaz,
thousands.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean, maybe I missed something, but are octopuses it's simple?
Yeah, there's like old like cartoons, from like the 19th century that had like shine like an octopus, like tentacles of the Jews controlling everything and all this kind of shit. So
Steamboat Willie era and all that sort of shit. You know what I mean? Like, they even have that depicting Jews, greedy and stuff like that. And then, so yeah,
that wasn't the Germans doing that only. By the way, we're talking 19th century United States and Europe as well.
That was the most weaselly flaming cop-out flaming apology I've ever heard in my life. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like, dude, you don't know exactly what you're fucking doing.
I've actually heard worse apologies, to tell you the truth, Gary. But she mentioned that she'd be paying her off. I've heard way worse. Like, I'm sorry that you were offended. Not saying that not being sorry that they offended anyone. They were sorry that they were offended, like on their behalf or some shit like that. You could read between the lines. That one wasn't too bad, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
I think
that
she
one was
realized
taking responsibility for their actions.
Yeah,
I mean, she's still a cunt and a massive fascist, but still, Christine.
Gary, I kind of believe. I agree with you and Zam. I've heard worse, but that wasn't quite good enough for me. It was good, not good enough. And it's going to keep happening until every single person sues and sues and sues. Because until that happens, and until you stop everyone from even crossing the line and doing something like this, it'll keep happening. It might happen a little bit less, but those seeds and the effects and the harm that it caused, like this woman and her school, will happen even when it's retracted. I'm sure there's people still giving her a hard time, and that money's not going to take that away. Oh. And the only remedy I see is that
before that.
What's that?
The octopus thing. Don't worry, I was just.
I see if I can find a picture of something
and
like that.
And the only way I see of stopping that is to make them not even start, and that is, like you said, sue, and not just once or twice, but every time,
Yeah.
So they don't even try it.
Yeah, every time. They a lot of people in this country forget that you can't just fucking say whatever you want without consequences, because they're banking on, because the British legal system is garbage and expensive. But you got to understand, some people are happy to donate to see establishment types get their asses handed to them. This student She sued and fucking won a good chunk of money apparently, and that's fantastic. And not only that's just the apology on Twitter. They've had to make a huge personal apology, and they've had to make a secondary public apology that wasn't on Twitter. Don't think that Twitter was the only place. She's had to do multiple apologies, but this person wanted the university shut down and lose its funding. I mean, the level of how fucking fascist Zionists are is disgusting. It's not shocking, it's just disgusting, because these people, they are as deranged and as lunatic as right-wingers get. And I just see fucking Nazi 2.0 with these motherfuckers, and so while you can, take them to the court and take them to the cleaners.
This is actually Nazi era propaganda. This image with the blue octopus.
That was it. Just okay. I was wrong. I know there's been a lot of anti-Semitic stuff.
No, I'm just saying this is the one done by the Nazis back in the day. So like a human-looking face on the octopus and stuff like that. But yeah.
No, I could see how with their mindset they would choose the octopus, because tentacles everywhere and pulling strings. I'm not agreeing with that sentiment. I'm saying I think I understand how a Nazi would use that.
Well, it's again, it's like when you it's like saying you punch somebody in the face, and so they go off and wear protective gear, and now you're pissed off that they're wearing protective gear. So with Jews, they couldn't own land, fucking own farms, they couldn't do anything. So they basically became money lenders and bankers and all this kind of shit, because it was because it was frowned upon in Catholicism. They ended up going to the Jews, and because when everything kept going wrong, they were blaming the fucking Jews for everything. And it's just like,
or
this is what it
of
all
paying
comes out
off,
of. They're bankers and they control everything, and Jews run Hollywood. The Jews have a substantial, what's the word? A substantial representation in Hollywood, because you wouldn't let them fucking do anything else in America.
Yeah.
You discriminated against them. You wouldn't. You were closing down their businesses. You were going after them for everything, and so they fucked off to California and they indulged in the arts, which was the one outlet they had where they can entertain people, and then it just grew from there. It's as simple as that. It's the same with the black community.
Hollywood incorporates anything.
Sorry, Sam. What?
Hollywood is as corporate as anything nowadays. So. Yeah,
it's not fucking. There's a lot of Jews there, but they're capitalists. It doesn't matter if they're Jews or not. It makes no fucking difference.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just soulless dickheads. Christine, you had your hand up.
Yeah, back in the day, Christians wouldn't lend money because you're right, it was against Catholicism. So if they needed money, they would go to non-Christians, and that happened to be Jews. And Jews would pool their money because they weren't allowed to work, right? Because they were Jewish. So that was one way they could, pool their money together and make money by charging interest. And as soon as, some Christian couldn't pay them back, or some lord or lady couldn't pay them back, it was easier for them just to smear the Jews and say, oh, they're greedy little fuckers and they're trying to take my money. No, you're defaulting on a contract and trying to weasel out of it by using anti-Semitism. That's what happened.
But by the way, there's a thing I saw on TikTok the other day, Animaniacs, and one of the Animaniac characters was just basically singing this song, and he just mentioned every country in the world singing the song, but the very last country he mentioned was Palestine, which is awesome. Anyway, I got this to show. I've got something else to show. Let's check this out.
How does a rainbow flag indoctrinate students?
Rainbow flag is intended to indoctrinate. A rainbow flag is intended to promote the concept to students that there's such a thing as transgender, that you can change gender, that sexuality, should be celebrated if it goes against heterosexuality, because it doesn't promote heterosexuality. It promotes homosexuality. It promotes bisexuality. And it promotes everything except heterosexuality. So that's indoctrination. What we kept hearing about queer students, an adult does not have the right to put that label on a child. That label queer has to do with sexual activity. And if the child is below 18, that is a form of grooming. That is a form of sexual grooming and really pedophilia. When you say a queer student, that should not be, those two words should not be juxtaposed.
You should stop talking.
Yes. Okay.
Beautiful.
All right. So what I want to get to on this initially is that there's this thing regarding education being promoting.
Yes, it does.
Rick B, you support this
and it's
crap.
indulgent.
Yeah, well, you watch us, Rick B. So you know what? You watch me watching crap. So what does that make you? All right. Okay. So anyway, regardless, like these dickheads, they get. I hate what they say because they mention the fact that educating is somehow promoting, and it's not. You're educating. You're explaining to kids what this world's all about, and that's not promoting at all. And that term needs to get out of people's mouths, and they gotta stop using that term. But there's no promotion here; it's just educating. And these motherfuckers have an issue like you're not promoting heterosexuality. That's a given, you know what I mean? But there's other people in this world.
These are the same people that get offended with critical race theory, and also they get offended with just talking about fucking sex education as well. They're the same shit, and they try to use pedophilia as their fucking crutch while they're sitting and trying to suck a 12-year-old kid's dick. You know what I mean? These fucking, it's just about, they just want the heteronormative Christian world. That's it. And if it doesn't fit within that mold, they're going to go after it. Christine, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say is that, for example, sort of back up Zam. In school, I learned how basic engine in a vehicle works. Didn't make me a mechanic, you know.
It didn't?
And they used words like stuck, bang, blow in that lesson. So,
yeah. All right. What? Look, I mean, yeah, it's just, but the thing is, look, you can tell. So, Chaya Rychek, prime example, lives of TikTok.
I
So,
saw
if
that
anyone
one.
would have seen, okay, if you got it,
I can find it.
okay. So, she basically had an interview with a reporter, and I think it's a reporter that she's been harassing on Twitter and all this kind of stuff. So they had an interview, and basically, the Libs of TikTok is massive anti-LGBT. She's a huge fucking turf, all this kind of stuff. Don't worry, Zane, you don't need to find it because I want to wrap up in a minute. But the questions that she was asked about her rhetoric and all that.
I got it, by the
she
way.
couldn't answer it. Huh?
I do have it right now if you want it.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, fuck it. Yeah, play it if you got it. I thought you were still looking for it.
No problem.
Yeah. Sorry, TLD, back in the day, Catholicism, it was like frowned upon. You couldn't do it. So we're talking Middle Ages here. This is where all the kind of anti-Jewish rhetoric came from.
There we go.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay.
To
You
eradicate
reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public.
No, I never said that. They could. The whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's
The harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is, aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth. What is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm.
I didn't say that.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which you did in a post.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I got to be.
She has. You take her off. Sorry, I'll press it. You take her off social media, and she can't fucking really defend her position, and she has to constantly say, "I didn't say that," because then she comes across as more evil than she already is. And what it is with this woman is that she is somebody who went on social media to try and find an avenue, and then she found it with transgenderism, and that's a subject she's been going on with a long time now. And you can realize by this interview alone that she obviously doesn't know how to stick to her guns properly, because in every aspect she comes across as somebody who wants to be a part of a big government scheme to stop people from being who they want to be or living the life they want to live. She has an issue with that, and that makes it come across as bad.
In other parts of the interview, she literally ends up like agreeing with the left position of just live your life, you're not bothering anyone, and all this kind of shit. So she completely contradicts herself. She made a complete arse of it, and she's like held her hand up to say, "Yeah, I fucked up," but still trying to play the victim, like it was a gotcha moment. And it just shows you that these people that they get so wrapped up in this hatred and all this because of the clout that it brings. They don't believe in any of it. They don't know anything about it. So when she was pushed with the most basic question, look how she didn't know how to fumble it. But the problem is these people are in bed with the government. These people are an actual danger, and you cannot be this ignorant about. That's why there's laws of secularism to say that your ideology, your belief cannot have a negative impact. I'll see you guys, don't worry. Cannot have a negative impact on another person's life and well-being. But that's not what's happening. We've seen how many laws have come into place, anti-trans laws and all this kind of shit, because of idiots like her, and even idiots like J.K. Rowling. I'll go to J.K. Rowling in a second, but Gaz, before I go off on her.
I was going to say, have you guys heard about this lady who is opening a women's only lesbian bar in London? Oh, a woman who in London is opening a women's only lesbian bar, so only a biological female could go in. No,
it's an anti-trans lesbian, but I know about it. Gary, get to the point.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, like, apparently, I just say the word apparently, like, she's going to have x-ray machines, she's going to have flaming a chemist. I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. There's not a lot of lesbian bars anyway, because a lot of them are closing down. But you want to exclude people who would be part of the clientele.
Oh, the place is not going to last. It's not going to last. Gay bars barely fucking last in this current climate, given how expensive everything is. Let alone a fucking lesbian, biologically female only bar.
Rigby, she has posted stuff which has ended up with those people who who view her stuff to do bomb threats on hospitals.
She's a stochastic terrorist.
Yeah.
She has been classed as such. Indulging in stochastic terrorism, okay? Her rhetoric. Yeah, go on, Sam. Sorry, mate.
So she then ends up posting and with pride of the stuff that she has done, which has caused terrorism, and she's posting it and she's holding these newspaper articles where she's instigated terrorism, and she's proud of it. It's like some sort of she's evil personified, dude.
She is evil personified, but you'd know that if you didn't have your biases skewed by this dumb bitch. All right, so she's literally classed as a stochastic terrorist because last week we talked about a non-binary student who was I don't need this comment up, for fuck's sake. All right,
I never did that.
I didn't do that. I don't know who did.
It wasn't me.
Oh, okay, sorry then. I apologize.
Was it me?
All right. But we had the non-binary student who had who was basically beaten to death. We talked about that last week, and again directly linked to libs of TikTok and the shit she said. All right, this person is fucking evil personified. Her and Mums of Liberty are evil personified. Okay, they are a hate group. They are dangerous, and they should be banned because what they do it's the same as when we had Tiller the baby killer that was posted on Fox News, and then that doctor was shot, killed. Yes. You know what I mean? That's stochastic terrorism.
They are the KKK towards people who are gay, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what they are.
Because she from all the evidence that's popping up about her, it's because she's in a closet. She wants to transition to a man.
Oh yeah. She. There's been things mentioned about how certain things are alluring and stuff like that. People have dissected some of the way she talks and says that she's definitely one of these people who like Mike Johnson, who's also in the closet. They're into all of this shit, but they have to fight it. They fight against it, unfortunately.
Yeah. So she's an evil cunt and needs to be banned off of all platforms. Christine.
Yeah, there's such a thing called hate speech. Yes, we have freedom of speech, but you can't yell fire in a theater because people could be trampled to death. What she's doing is a similar thing. She's spreading lies and hatred that could lead to harm. And can be directly brought back to her rhetoric that she has harmed people. And I bet there's many more, especially young people out there, that she's harmed mentally as well, that might lead them to suicide, might not lead them to coming out at all, let alone taking more time than it should, leading their parents and friends to isolate them or disown them because they listen to her shit. So she has done harm. She is a terrorist.
And she doxes people. Like Rick said earlier that the reporter doxed her. No, she's the one that doxes people because she knows that her followers will go after people. And she has it in for that reporter because the reporter called her out. So they sat there and they have that interview. She's got a T-shirt of that reporter as well. The reporter was polite as anything, asking her the most simple question. This is dumb cunt couldn't fucking answer them because they don't believe in it. They just want to see people hurt. They want people buried in the closet, away from everything, so they don't have to think about their own desires. And it shouldn't be allowed. But with Twitter, I mean, she was banned, and Elon Musk brought her back. And it's like, hang on, if this was a Muslim going along, going, kill them all and all this kind of shit, they'd be banned. But because it's somebody who fits into the... And the thing is, like, everyone's just getting very too comfortable with fascism. Okay? Way too fucking comfortable with fascism now. Nazis are just openly attending fucking Republican conventions. Nazis are now... Anti-fascism is now looked upon as terrorism. It's all getting a bit too fucking fascistic around here. And, people need to be reminded of what we did to the Nazis. Need to be done to these people now before it gets too late. If it gets too late and with the police being where they are, it's gonna you're fucked.
It's like the 1930s all over again in Germany. That's what I see when I look around now. That's what I hear. That's the feeling I get, and it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, I mean, it was it what's his name? Who's the nature dude? Is it Pacman? Chris Pacman or something? Pacman.
David Pacman.
No,
Chris
David Pacman, the news report. No, it's Chris
Pacman.
Chris Packham. So Chris Packham, he's more of a naturist guy, and he said it, and so did Gary Lineker said it. He goes, "What we're witnessing now is like 1930s Germany," and the fascists had a fucking meltdown over it. Instead of saying, maybe, yeah, the right-wing media were like, "Nope, silence him now because they're onto us," kind of thing. You know, that's where we are. We are in 1930s Germany.
And if they're so right in what they're doing, why would they be worried about being compared to that? If there's nothing wrong with what they're saying, why is there something wrong with us comparing it to Nazis in the 30s?
Yeah, why are you getting offended with the truth? You know what I mean? Why are you trying to silence it? Why are you trying to class everyone else as a terrorist instead of yourselves? You know, if you had no issue and if you knew you were in the right ideological position, you wouldn't be melting down. This is why Zionists have a fucking meltdown every time you call them out, and they try to crush democracy in other fucking countries as well. Okay, because they know that the truth is damning to them. And so, you know, this is where we are now. The next decade is just going to be good times. Yeah. So, and speaking of these fucking idiotic platforms that talk a lot of bollocks, Talk TV is closing down, at least on TV. So they're going to be moving to online Talk TV, of course, famous with having Pierce Brosnan on there, who recently left.
I hate him.
Morgan.
Piers Morgan. He's a Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
It's all right, you're only old.
I mean, Piers
I'm
Brosnan are
old,
actually
man.
good on
You know what I
there.
mean? Yeah. Piers Morgan and Talk TV. The ratings were so low that at one point they registered literally 0 viewers on a couple of shows. Yeah. And so this is Rupert Murdoch's baby. This is his Fox TV, his Fox News that he wanted for the UK. And that and GB News, they hemorrhage money because the Sun is hemorrhaging money. All these right-wing media outlets are hemorrhaging money because nobody buys their shit anymore. Nobody cares about their stupid shit. Everything's like,
outside.
You know, they're tired of the same old rhetoric. They think that, we're going to be like Fox News. Like, well, we've got Fox News. We've got the BBC News. We've got Sky News. We've got ITV. They're the same fucking shit. They all parrot establishment right-wing bollocks. So what? Just because they hire a couple of black actors in their shows and all of that, they're supposedly fucking woke and left-wing bollocks to that shit.
No,
Okay?
I disagree. I don't think people are sick of it in the States.
No, I'm talking about the UK again.
Yeah, okay.
I try my hardest to kind of not just keep going back to talking about the United States because I want people to understand what's happening in the UK as well because this is what I care about. If the United States burns to the ground, I don't fucking care, but I care what happens into the United Kingdom. Of course, I'm joking. I don't want Americans to suffer. I'm just in a political sense, and so. Yeah, people are sick of it over here. They know it's a load of bollocks, and that's why you're seeing more like kind of left wing outlets who are growing massively in the UK. Like Novara Media, fuck me, they're gonna hit 1 million subscribers in like no time. The way they've skyrocketed up is crazy, and in the same in the US as well. A lot of like left wing, and that's why they keep trying to attack them and their ad revenue and trying to suppress them and all this kind of shit, but. It's not working. You know, the message is getting out there. And even if they do it broke, at least the message is getting out there. Whereas the right-wing outlets, they're hemorrhaging viewers. Even establishment liberal bollocks is hemorrhaging viewers. So, yeah, Talk TV will go online and good luck.
All right, I got something.
Go for it.
All right, our boy Joe Rogan. This is why I get really pissed off with my best friend, who's a big fan of Joe Rogan. He goes, you should listen to him, man. He's really cool and stuff like that. But then Joe Rogan comes up with shit like this. He's talking about Milo Yiannopoulos. You know Milo Yiannopoulos, yeah?
Oh, yes. The nonce, yes.
The nonce.
Gay nonce.
Companies can set off a little cascade where you can disappear someone from the internet overnight.
Oh, Milo Yiannopoulos.
Milo Yiannopoulos was the first one.
Yeah, they really silenced him. That guy was a powerful voice,
and he was
He was
nuked from
also
the discourse.
in real life. Very nice. In real life,
Really?
hilarious, very smart, very nice. Every time I met him, he was cool. He was playing a character, and I think there's a lot of drugs involved as well.
Yeah.
But he was certainly playing a character that had good points.
Yeah.
He was playing this character that was this like right-wing gay guy who liked to talk about sex and drugs. And I was like, this guy's fascinating. But they decided that he was problematic and they fucking erased him. They memory hold him.
Hold on. I'm going to continue this, but he's playing a character, so he's not being genuine for a start. But apparently, he's a really nice guy. He was this anti-trans gay guy who wanted to be the fucking token for the right wing. And they know why they erased him, but Joe Rogan will fucking dodge around this.
That guy was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher compared him to Christopher Hitchens. Remember that?
Oh my god!
Yeah, and then he got attacked by some other guy on the show. Told him "fuck you," and there was a lot of "fuck you" with that guy.
There's a lot of drama,
but that's what he liked. He liked that, and it was playing to his favor until they erased him from everywhere.
Why did they do that,
and,
Joe?
I think they erased him particularly. The first part was his criticism of Ghostbusters.
No.
And he was criticizing the new all-female cast of Ghostbusters, saying how sexist it is, and the women save the day, and how ridiculous it is. And then he got into it with Leslie Jones. So Leslie Jones and him got into it, and I think he retweeted or liked something that people had said that was comparing Leslie Jones. What was it exactly? I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was
Quick
something.
pause here, sorry. The amount of harassment Leslie Jones got, she had to get off Twitter because of Milo Yiannopoulos.
Racist or something gross or something unflattering,
yes.
something.
Yes, racist,
And and people were tweeting it at her and they were blaming him. And then they got rid of him. He's gone.
Did they just say, "Oh, it's mobilizing harassment" or something?
No, I can't believe I forgot this. It's what started is him justifying himself being sexually molested by older men when he was young, and he was saying on my show that he was the
There you
predator.
go.
He was, trust me, I
And
was
the
the
rest of
predator.
He
You
was
know?
the seducing.
Yeah. First of
yeah.
all, anybody who doesn't think that Milo Yiannopoulos is gay is out of their fucking mind. Like, you think
Well,
that's a choice? That's not a choice. That's
I agree with him that anyone who thinks Milo Yiannopoulos is gay is out of their fucking mind. But Milo Yiannopoulos has come out by saying that he's no longer gay anymore. But that's because obviously he tried to sell himself back to the right wing crowd after he was promoting pedophilia, which Joe Rogan is trying to basically brush off.
That dude's fucking gay.
It's like
Okay,
baked in by the universe.
Like, he is. Yeah, that is like the prime example that I always throw in the face of people who it's usually for religious reasons, who are unwilling to accept biological reality. Like, here's some biological reality for you. You want to know this? The first video ever captured of humpback whales mating was just recently filmed, and they're both male.
Nice.
Fantastic,
so the
Joe.
first evidence that we have
Is that
of
true?
humpback whales engaging in sexual intercourse is gay sex.
Humpback, huh? Yeah, they had to go real.
Listen,
literal.
humpbacks
Yeah.
are mammals.
Yeah.
Humpbacks are intelligent. Humpbacks likely are gay. There's probably, if they exist in us, why would they not exist in other intelligent mammals that are on Earth with us, like dolphins? I'm sure there's gay dolphins. There's probably
What's your
gay
point,
orcas.
Joe?
It's probably normal. It's probably there's a percentage in every population that's gay. Who gives a fuck? The point is that, like, that guy's gay, right? And he claims that he was the predator, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, he's normalizing pedophilia." If he had just tried that today, it would have been a minor attracted person
Yeah,
issue.
he would be celebrated. I mean, he'd
He'd
be. Yeah.
But this guy was minor attracted, and I was a
He needs
minor,
to
and it
come
was
back as a
fine.
drag
What are you talking
But he
about?
would say, like,
He's
now,
celebrated.
like, literally, in the amount of time from him being canceled to today, that statement is not nearly as controversial.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Okay. Firstly,
yeah.
both sides cancelled him. Okay, it wasn't. He's trying to say that basically the left cancelled him. No, the minute you start claiming that you're a fucking gay pedophile and you're okay with kids being diddled with, even on the right hand side, because he's gay, then no, that was what killed him, because nobody on the fucking left gave a shit about him. He was already fucking muted by us. But the minute he crossed that line and talked about pedophilia, everyone fucking said enough is enough. All right, so Joe Rogan's
and it's not just that, but like Joe Rogan is a fucking idiot. I wish Ray was here right now so I could tell him to your face, you fucking watch a fucking idiot cunt like him. But secondly, on top of that, Milo Yiannopoulos made a comeback. You know, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene brought him into an establishment. He was hanging around with fucking Kanye West and shit, and fucking Nick Fuentes, the self-proclaimed neo-Nazi. You know what I mean? And going to fucking Mar-a-Lago to see Donald Trump and shit like that. He tried to rejuvenate, sorry. Yeah, he tried to restart his career. He fucking said that he was no longer gay anymore, and he was doing gay conversion therapy. And he looked at being gay as like being an alcoholic, because he talked about how he's fallen off the wagon, which basically means he like cocks up his ass again. Because there's no doubt in my mind that someone like Milo Yiannopoulos is a fucking taker and not a fucking breaker. So yeah, he can just go fuck himself, and Joe Rogan could go fuck himself. When I saw this clip, I was infuriated. It made me so unhappy, you know, because he's defending a fucking pedophile, and people follow this cunt. Millions of people watch this fucker. I don't know what to say.
Christine.
Chris.
Yeah, that's what I was just wanted clarification on that. I understand he was defending him in general and saying he was canceled and he had a lot of great ideas. He was a good person and there's nothing wrong with being gay.
He wasn't a good
but
person.
near the end, was he actually also defending that it was okay for him to be saying and admitting to grooming?
As a child, he was, as a 14-year-old, he was like the predator towards adults kind of thing. And then he was saying like, yeah, you know, having sex with like when you're young, you know what you're doing, all this kind of shit.
He's the type of guy who was happy to get his arsehole fucked by a priest. He's like, yeah, here we go. I'm 14. Take me, baby. You know what I mean?
So
yeah,
and
he was out there going, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, I was okay with it. I was a sexual aggressor and all this sort of stuff. It's like, fuck off. A lot of people actually literally on both sides of the aisle said fuck off to it. And that's
because he's okay with it, so everyone else should be okay with it.
Because he was consenting, but he wasn't an adult. He thought it's okay. But he still doesn't understand manipulation he probably does, but doesn't give a fuck.
And all those people that didn't consent, you know? What about those people?
Look, even if you take it on an individual basis, it's still not relevant to like the grand scheme of things, where you don't want fucking kids to end up in this kind of situation. Like, just because you're okay with it doesn't mean it's okay. Like, you know, I popped my cherry when I was 14. She was 15, but that's within that age sphere. Okay, that's a fucking different.
You're
thing.
both kids. Yeah,
we're both kids. You know what I mean? That it's completely different. But when you're saying that, you know, it's all right to bang adults as a child, it's just like, no, don't try and justify what you did. You did what you did. That's fine, and fuck the other person who like did that to you. But for the rest of the normal world, no, we don't want kids going down that fucking road that early and all that. There's a reason we have set age limits and all this. To say like, don't think of your whole life as just shagging and getting fucked. You know what I mean? Live your life, and then when you're a bit more mature, do your thing. But then you don't want these predatory assholes trying to dictate law to you.
Just a funny comment here. Humpbacks are gay. Get Kurt back here and take those well to Star Trek Future and Cure. Yeah, I get ya. Of course, he's gonna do a Star Trek reference. But Daniel Vance's program will always be Joe Garelli from News Radio to me, a complete moron.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is that like, but he panders to. I mean, a lot of people say to me, "Oh, Joe Rogan isn't that political."
Sorry, I need to go to toilet. I'll be right back.
He is. He panders to a right-wing audience because he has like Jordan Peterson on. He had Riley Gaines on recently. He had he has a lot of people who have right-wing views. I've not seen him have anybody with left-wing views on.
On the last sort of people I saw with remotely left-wing views, like he had Bernie Sanders years ago. He had David Patman years ago. And like Carl Kulinski, who's good friends with Joe Rogan. But even Carl Kulinski recently kind of admitted that Joe Rogan has drifted a little bit, and that's because the money's there. Like Joe Rogan is part of that MMA UFC world, prior to him being a radio guy, as a podcaster. That world is very popular with right wingers, even though people on the left, like myself, like watching that shit as well. But I hate hearing those guys talk, but they're full of misogyny, even though they don't mind being in a sport where they're half naked and they're grappling each other. But fair enough. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they're
Joe
anti-gay and there they are, you know, hugging the other men half naked.
Yeah, putting them, grabbing them pro right, like amateur wrestling, like the stances they do where one guy's like on all fours and shit, and the other person's behind him looking like he's about to fuck him up the arse. I mean, it's as homophobic as it gets, it's homoerotic as it gets. But regardless, just listening to Joe Rogan talk, I'm trying to tell I get really upset with my mate Ray, because ever since he left London and he moved down to the sticks, he's changed some of his opinions, and
it's become way too Texan.
Yeah, and it upsets me.
I could hear you guys on the toilet, by the way, just so you know.
It just upsets me because, like, what happened to my friend? Like, why are you just following everyone you listen to? Like, shouldn't you be hearing what this person says and think, you know what? Even though I might agree with you on many things, I disagree with you on this. Like, not everything you say is gospel. Whoever it may be, whether it be you guys or people I listen to on the radio or podcast or whatever, I don't agree with everything everybody says. I have my own opinions on many things. We disagree on Sadiq Khan. You think he's a cool mayor. I think he's a shit mayor. You know what I mean? But we don't have to agree on everything. Like, fuck me. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's not the be all and end all either. You know what I mean? It's not. There's different areas where I won't budge on in terms of people's views on marginalized groups, and I think we can all agree with that. Because, and Zan, to your point, this segues into my final topic, which of course is International Women's Day, which is today. Yesterday for in the UK, but it's not the point. So the point is, Christine put up a post on Facebook. Let me get it up, and I'll read it because again, look at that! It's just happens. So 8 years ago, Christian wrote this: International Women's Day. It's mind-blowing how many sexist memes and posts I've seen today, posted and shared by men. ... Stay classy, guys. Now, she posted that 8 years ago, and then she reposted that shared memory. She goes, 8 years later, I already unfriended one person today. And so I also reply with, it's gotten worse. And she then says, I thought I'd cleaned up the pool. But then this is the bit. So I said, sadly, the pool is infected. I've gotten shot of turf friends in the last year who were supposedly okay with it all. Which brings me back to Ray, okay? People that you've grown up, like-minded individuals, pretty much on the same side of the political spectrum, have still managed to be infected with the kind of right-wing bile, especially against gay people and against trans people. And also that Sarkeesian is the blueprint for all women, okay? The kind of feminazi movement, as we'll call it, because that's what people called her and all this kind of stuff. And it's sad that, like, we have on International Women's Day, we've got people like a friend of mine on WhatsApp. Actually, I'll just read the fucking message. I don't know why. Let me go back here. Okay, now this is he's a lovely dude, but he's very right wing in his views, which boggles my mind given he's Asian. Okay, so International Women's Day, people. This demonstrate the pool of women that the younger generation of men will have to pick from. Good luck. Thankfully, the women in our day were more stable, and that's because they posted. Oh, I don't want to dox the person. Oh, I can't post the picture here, but basically a picture of women protesting, and it goes down that route. And this is like, where do you draw the line? Go on, Christine, before I go on.
What is he so afraid of? What does he mean by unstable? Having our own opinion, making our own money? Does he have to have a personality now to gain a girlfriend and not have to rely on her being so broke and poor and not being able to leave her father's house and go anywhere else until she's married? Because that's what I hear when he says that.
It's like it's the boomer thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, women were better in my day kind of thing. It's just like, okay, look, you got your missus, you settled down, all this kind of shit, but you think that the gene pool, the pool of women to choose from now is somehow worse? Why? Because women are more stronger willed than what they used to be. Again, but he never used to think like this. He never had an opinion on this. People like him have suddenly got an opinion, but they think it's a unique and original opinion. But what it is basically, what it says to me is that you have been fed a load of lies and lack the critical thinking skills to kind of look at the evidence. So I said, there's International Women's Day today. Are you going to start saying the same thing about women having to choose from a pool of useless crybaby fucking Andrew Tate fans when the 19th of November comes along, when it's International Men's Day? Of course, no response there. And then I posted the statistics on domestic violence against women in the UK and all this kind of shit. I said, we have these days for a fucking reason. All right. And that is because the white hetero man is such a cunt that we need days for gays and black and women and all this kind of shit to say, hey, we exist too. Stop treating us like shit. And to Christine's point here, so she's saying like 8 years later, and she just had to unfriend somebody because of all the sexist memes that they've been posting. It's getting worse. People that were on board with LGBTQIA rights and all this kind of shit suddenly now are becoming not just TERFs, but homophobic because they have bought into the propaganda.
It's scary.
It's scary.
It is more scary than sad because you think to yourself, how can you have fallen for this? You should know better. Like Ray, some of the stuff like one of his old roommates was a gay guy he knew. He was a dickhead, by the way. But he was a dickhead because he's a dickhead. He's not a dickhead because he's gay. He just happened to be a dickhead. But regardless, he never disliked him for being gay. He disliked him because he was a dickhead, And now things are changing a little bit. Like when he told me, I was so upset by this. I don't even know if I'm too scared to say. I'm going to say it because it upsets me. But when he told me that he thought like transgenderism was a mental illness, like wait, how can you be saying this? Where did this come from?
Yeah, where did this come from? Oh, I can tell you where it fucking came from.
I was so caught off by what he said that my rebuttal wasn't good enough, and he thought he had me, which really upset me as well. You know what I mean?
I think after Gary says something, can I have a say?
Yeah. Sorry, go on, Gary.
Sorry, I'm doing something. You guys, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like International Women's Day for me is about women who maybe don't get celebrated in the fields that they open. Like, for example, we did about Mary Carey and like Florence Nightingale, but there's like tons of women who invented stuff that we use every day that doesn't get celebrated enough. And there's stuff like Ginger just brought up about assaults and stuff like that, and the misogynistic attitudes that happen online that are unfortunately happening offline now. Because a lot of guys say, "Well, I can't ask a woman out because she'll accuse me of something." I'm like, dude, that doesn't happen. All right, there's a small amount of women who will do that. A small amount. Most women who accuse men of doing it is because the men actually did that shit. Okay, stop it with your victim mentality and drop some fucking balls. Sorry.
I think right, that's the nail on the head right there, Gary. It's the victim mentality. They need to be the victim. They need to. That's why they cry when other people no longer want to be the victim, and they push back. And now all of a sudden, these people that created these victims, now they're the victim here. They're like, oh, it's just sexism. It's like, no, it isn't. It all exists because you are a cunt.
Yeah. It can't. When they ask someone else and they get shot down, which happens more than someone saying yes, by the way. That's the way it is. It can't be that. It's got to be this newfangled feminism and this wokeness. Like, they can't just accept it. Maybe you're just an asshole, or maybe she just didn't like you. You know, that happens.
And this shit exists. Sorry, go on. No, go
and
on.
I was just gonna say, Zam, you're talking about your friend there and how upset you're feeling about that. I won't say who it is, but Joe knows who I am talking about. I have a family member that was always right-leaning, who is now completely QAnon, brainwashed, hate-filled, misogynistic, anti-trans, racist ass now. And I'm so conflicted because it is a close family member. And on one hand, I love him very much because I know who he was before. But now, I don't accept those things from anyone else. Why am I accepting them from him? I still don't accept them, but why am I even around him? Well, because I have to, because he's that close. But
yeah, no, you shouldn't have to accept it. You should
I can't put it into words.
Look, you shouldn't have to accept it. Doesn't just because you're around them. I'm not saying you don't have to be around them, but you don't have to accept it, and you have to make sure that you are the more vocal person in this scenario. And again, I speak from personal experience. So,
but then my mom gets upset because she doesn't want to hear the fighting, right?
No, that's irrelevant. Tough shit. She has to toughen up. That's the reality of it. I know that sounds horrible, but look, you grew up in a Greek household, and I'm not very Greek in the sense that I don't indulge in the kind of Greco rhetoric of like being overly judgmental on everything, the fucking trying to control people's lives, trying to this, trying to that, fucking indulging in like gossips and all this kind of shit and all this stuff, but being not just overly judgmental, but to somebody's face and just so I've always shut my family down on things like that, so they know their boundaries with me straight away. And in the last couple of years, when this whole TERF thing has this anti-trans kind of movement has turned up, I've said to my friends, I said, look, the ultimatum is this: if you talk to me about anti-trans stuff, after all the stuff that I've educated you on and shown you over the years before it all blew up in the last couple of years, if you come to me with that, I reserve the right to punch you in the face. I said, because knocking some sense into you is the only way to go now after everything I've showed you, and you were in agreement, and now suddenly you've fallen back on that because, Rupert Murdoch's brigade of cunts, basically.
And Joe Rogan
and with my family, since I was young, because, again, we've been very fortunate with my family because they're very progressively minded on social things as well. But there are some that are not, okay? Old-fashioned, all this kind of shit. And I remember my grandmother once accused me of being gay, just because I got a piggyback ride off a male friend of mine into the sea before he, threw me in. So she just saw the piggyback. I was gay. But I made an example out of her. I embarrassed her. And I was 14 years old at the time. No, 13 years old at the time. And I said to her, even if I was, it doesn't matter. It's none of your fucking business. You are not my mum. You are my grandmother. okay? And even if you were my mum, it wouldn't matter. I'm in control of my life. If I want to go upstairs and fuck that guy, I will go upstairs and fuck that guy. I'm 13 years old, by the way. I said, you can't do anything about it. And if you try to do anything about it, I will punch you in the face.
Yeah.
And so I set my boundaries straight away. And that's how you have to be with people. You show that your strength, and you show you're willing to be as downright, as dirty, and as vocal as they are, they will back off.
Because I've tried the logic. I've tried the what seem to be, at least to us, very logical statements that prove the point that we're making, and proves beyond a shadow of doubt what they're saying is not just wrong, but hurtful and hateful and stupid and ignorant. And it's like a willful ignorance. But I think you're right. I think I'm gonna go either, like, don't speak to me about this until you're willing to open your mind and actually be educated, or I'll shut you the fuck up.
Yeah, that's it.
I like. I when I'm playing FIFA, sometimes one of the guys who plays with us, his name is Josh, and for a long time I thought he was gay because he just has a campy voice, and you can just pick up on that. And sometimes when we're playing together as a group, we all make jokes and we make fun of each other, but sometimes they make jokes about him being gay or whatever, they call him a puff or whatever. And I just intervene with whatever, maybe like just calming down the conversation a little bit by saying, even if he was gay, I don't care. You know what I mean? It doesn't bother me if you're. I told Josh, if you are gay, Josh, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. I say that stuff like that a few times just so people know in that group already where I fucking stand on it, because he might be too afraid to come out or whatever. But even though I've never met this kid, I think he is a kid. I never met him and all of that sort of stuff. I want him to know that not everyone in that group thinks the same.
Yeah, and if they come down hard on him, then you rip them.
They're cool. They're cool. Like, but it's little jokes here and there because he does come across as quite campy and feminine at times and stuff like that. But they're all cool with each other. Don't get me wrong. But it's just like we banter. But I always make sure that they know that I don't give a fuck if somebody's gay or not. It doesn't bother me.
But I will say this though.
What's the difference?
I will
Sorry,
say
go on,
this.
happy and one listen. Hey,
I will say this about International Women's Day now, right? The problem is that I see every year this argument about flaming. Like you'll see your International Women's Day, even though there is one that Judy talks about in November, which even I didn't know about until someone told me about it. And the thing is like, to be honest with you, every day is International Men's Day because, like, I hear about men who do this, that, and the other. I mean, as I said before, and the thing is, men have to understand that I can go into a pub, even if it's a gay pub, try and pull a lady or pull a bloke, and I do not have to be concerned with the fact that that person might assault me or do worse to me. A woman has to worry about that. Just think about that, guys.
Gary, you're totally right. Every day is men's rights or men's international day. Think about it. Who won the most world championship boxing fights? Think of who did it. Who do you think did it?
Rocky Marciano.
Yeah.
No, it was a woman.
Okay,
but,
sorry.
It was. But everyone says, "Oh, it's this guy or this guy. It's this guy."
Yeah, fair
enough. He won the most male fights, but the actual winner of the most heavyweight champion boxing fights was actually a woman. But we don't hear about that in class. When we do history classes, we hear about inventors. How many inventors did you learn about in school, other than maybe Madame Curie, that were female? I don't remember any. So this whole like, give us one friggin' day and you've got a problem with it, you're the problem.
But the funny thing is,
I want to answer for this.
Oh yeah, sorry. And the problem, so there is International Men's Day on the 19th of November, okay? But somebody posted a screenshot from Matt Binder, who he's on like Pack Attack or whatever
Minority
whatever the
Report.
yeah, that one. No, not Minority Report. He's with Sam Cedars lot.
Yeah, is that Minority Report?
Yeah, that's Minority Report.
The Humanist Report is
No, Humanist Report is that gay dude
Oh,
with the beard.
sorry, Zam. Yeah, you're right. Yes, yeah, I think it's the Minority Report. And he posted it basically every time it's International Women's Day. There's a Google spike asking question when's International Men's Day. And it showed it, and it's quite an
Tomorrow
old
and
post, 'cause it's
yesterday.
back in 2008 or whatever, and it shows every March the 9th, 8th. Okay, there's a spike asking that question on Google. This is how, like, I think the first thing that men need to do is understand that they are the most fragile fucks on this planet. I don't think there is a more fragile, and I'm not talking about white men, I'm men in general. Because there are fucking Muslims that are fucking meltdown just as bad, all right? They have to come into reality that they are the most fragile fucks. Whatever they say about women is just their fragility is brought on for a whole different thing compared to a man's fragility. And a man's fragility is their ego more than anything. And once you just come to terms with that you're just fragile little bitches, okay, you can start to grow as a fucking person. But if you keep pushing the buck and not admitting to it, then you're not going to grow as a person, and you're just a fucking danger more than anything, because it's fun to talk about, but there's a danger behind that, you know. Hedy Lamar, Amelia Earhart, and
Sorry, what is her name? Whose name? And
The female boxer.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
No, Hedy Lamar was an actress, wasn't it? Wasn't she?
No idea.
And she invented the sonar that our cell phones are now based on.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah. Sweet.
Regarding
And you
international,
you think that we would have learned about that big fucking deal in school, right? That she basically invented something that the Allies used to win the war, Second World War, by the way, because what they were using before she invented sonar or the radar she did, they weren't doing well. That it's now used, it's the basis that all our cell phone technology uses, so that we can be doing this right now. You know,
Yeah.
and it was a woman who did it, but you don't hear about that. Heard about Marconi, didn't hear about Lamar.
Yeah.
well,
Exactly.
Well, regarding International Men's Day, I would like more focus to be on men's health, because I think that's where it matters the most. And men being allowed to, so not being allowed because they are allowed, but men being encouraged just to speak up on issues that they're too afraid to speak up on regarding their health, regarding their feelings, their emotions, because those are the things that are frowned upon when it comes to masculinity. But masculinity itself is bullshit. You know, a lot of people on the right feel that men are not masculine enough and they need to be chopping down trees and you know, like having bar fights and shit like that. In a free world, a man could be whatever they fucking want to be. And
cry when they need to.
Exactly. But our health issues, things like testicular cancer, you know, stuff like that, issues that are, which are to do with which only affects men generally, focus on those things when it comes to International Men's Day, because more men need to be clued up on these things, you know, not about how many fucking pints they can knock back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. I think like last week through work, I attended. So I can't. Did anyone have their hand up before I started speaking?
Yeah,
'Cause I
Gary
wasn't
did.
Sorry, Gary. Go on, mate.
Yeah, as I was to say, like, one of the things that I do think needs to be promoted more is clubs like join like International Men's Week, is stuff like stuff like Andy's Man Club or Minding Men and stuff like that. Because like literally a lot of men are dying from mental health problems because of what you just said, Sam, about the whole macho stereotype. And again, that has to be something that we challenge, because just as
I agree.
Christine was saying about the female stereotype needs to be challenged, the male stereotype needs to be challenged. Like, I've gone through my mental health shit. I think, did you agree? Paddy, you said that you've had mental health problems. Again, I don't want to speak.
Still suffer from it, yeah.
Yeah.
I get depression and stuff like that too.
And there's nothing wrong or unmasculine about having those problems. It actually makes you more masculine because it means that A, you struggle enough to talk about it, and B, willing to share about it because you don't want people to suffer alone. Because it's when you suffer alone that you're going to take your own life. Because Andy Manclubs goes for a fact that this guy, Andy, I think it was in 2008, I think it was, took his own life just because he had shame around sharing his feelings around his anxiety and his depression issues he was having. So, and I think it's more, that's what more International Men's Day should be about, is talking about men's mental health and how it's not weakness to have it.
Men are more
100%.
successful at suicide because of those facts.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. This is the thing we have to fight against because of this woke agenda shit that's constantly flying around, which puts men in these positions of unable to express themselves, but they don't want to come across as woke or feminine or whatever. You know, they want to be part of this red pill shit. You know, I was having an argument with my Canadian cousin regarding how we might end up going to war with Russia, and it ain't gonna happen because nobody wants to fucking, sign up and be drafted. And he had to go at me saying, well, they should fight for their country. I think, in fuck's sake, man, are you gonna fight for your fucking country? I mean, you're in your 40s and shit.
I'm a woman and I signed up. Tell them that.
Yeah, but the thing is it's these people really fuck me off because they want the war, but they're the ones that are never willing to go and fight that fucking war. You know, and I'd make it law. I said, all right, if you want to start beef, your kids are going to get conscripted. Your kids will go first, and then everyone else will follow.
Orthodox Jews who fucking want to keep Israel as a Zionist land, they never fucking sign up for the fucking national service in Israel. All the other fucking Jews have to. They're the ones who have to give their fucking lives for that. I mean, even they're not giving their lives, they're fucking carrying a genocide, but you know what I mean. You know, they're the ones who have to do all the fighting. You know, but it still all goes back to this red pill shit, this fucking wokeism and stuff like that, where men are shamed in being able to speak up for who they are, their values, their needs, their desires, when it comes to a more personal level, because it's looked upon as feminine, and that's not the case. You know, you get shamed for be crying at funeral or stuff like that. You know, these things need to be eradicated from society and how we express ourselves. And all that. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Christine.
Zam, I know you didn't do it on purpose. And I think it's just ingrained in how men and women think. But you've said this, not in these exact words, but men don't want to be perceived as women. That
did I say that?
Not in those exact words, but twice you said you don't want to be perceived as women. And it leads to this whole fallacy that being women, acting like a woman.
Can I explain myself?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Being or acting like a woman is somehow weaker. And you did not use those exact words, but you did use what a lot of people in society, and I don't think you think this way, imply or say when it comes to this sort of topic, is that it's somehow weaker to be
that's
like
exactly
a woman
that.
because women are more free to cry. And I think men should be more free to cry.
No, Christine, you are right. That's exactly what I did say, and I said it in those particular terms because, unfortunately, how I feel and what I genuinely mean is different to what I just said. Because obviously, me saying men don't want to be perceived as women. I'm saying it how a lot of men think they don't want to be perceived as women because they assume that being perceived as a woman is expressing yourself and crying and all of that shit. And they don't want to be perceived as that. I obviously don't think like that.
No.
Yeah, I got what you mean.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I just wanted to make it clear that I know you don't think that way, but I didn't want it to perpetuate it to anyone who's watching as if that's okay to think that way. So I'm sorry if I misinterpreted what your intentions were.
Yeah, that's fine. But look, I think as well. So last week, I attended an event, and it was basically to do with, young person's mental health event, raising awareness that the outlets are out there for people to get help, and it was a fantastic event. And we had people that were there that were I love strong-minded woman and happy being a little spoon in the relationship.
I want to shag a female bodybuilder so badly. I wanted to muscle me up, put me some head
All right,
scissors.
let me carry on talking about what I was talking about, and then
Okay,
you
I
can
apologize.
talk about your sexual fantasies later. But look, so yeah, I attended this event, and there was some organizations on there that I've used myself. So this event really spoke to me. But regardless of that, there were people there that talked about where they were and how they didn't. So one man that talked as well talked about, how his mental health deteriorated and he was just becoming angry and violent and all this kind of shit. And he didn't know what was going on. It was just happening because things were happening around life that weren't going his way, all this kind of shit. And then somebody said you should go and seek mental health. Exactly to what Zam said, didn't want to. He perceived it as like weak and like that's what women do and all this kind of stuff and all this kind of shit. But then somebody reached out to him and obviously changed everything about him. It saved his life and all this kind of. It kind of talks about his experience. And it was great. And the flip side to that, so here we have like a dude who was suffering from mental health and, got the help he needed, changed his life around. He's now an advocate and a counselor and all this kind of stuff. Did amazing work. When the woman spoke, she spoke and she had like ear guards on and was a lot more timid because what she had went through had created so much PTSD for her. Because of the violence she had suffered and the abuse that she had suffered, that afterwards, when people were talking to her, trying to just say what a great speech she did and all this kind of stuff, you can see the difference between one person's struggle and another person's struggle is that they were getting scared because there was too many people around. They were starting to feel that kind of, PTSD drop. So not everyone's the same. Not everyone suffers the same. But the important thing is they both found an outlet to talk about what happened to them, and it got them into a better place in life. And it's the most important thing. It's not just about being comfortable talking about it. It's about raising awareness of the help there is. Now, here in the UK, we are lucky because you can get cheap counseling in this country. I've used it before. As well, and you can get references from, and not references, you can get what's the fucking word I'm talking about?
Or a doctor referral?
A referral, thank you. Yes, you can get a referral from your GP to go and speak to mental health services and all this kind of shit. And it was about raising, and I thought this was awesome. This is what was needed, and it was great. And a lot of young people showed up, so they were kind of made aware of the kind of help for them that they can go and see counseling. And I think, to your point, Zam, the stigma is slowly eroding away. The more and more people are more comfortable to talk about. I mean, you compare it to 10 years ago, mate.
I think it was Ginge. I think it was Ginge for a while, but then when people like Andrew Tate came on the scene, they kind of reinforced it again. And
no, I still think we're in a much better place now than what we were before. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but it's much better now than what it was a decade ago. Like, there's more awareness and more services aware of that people can access as well. But there is a lot of fucking work to do. Christine.
Sam, I see what you're saying. It's like we take 2 steps forward, but Tate brings us back a step. So it's sort of a mix between what you and Ginger are kind of saying. Like, yeah, we're moving forward, but people like Tate do interfere with that movement for sure, Sam. And it's so sad because it's just a human thing to do. What's wrong with having emotions, expressing your emotions, and other people being in tune and respecting those emotions? What is so horrible with those being realities?
I agree, Chris.
Add to that the fact that it's going to help people not harm themselves. And one thing I do, and I know I'm not a guy, so it's not as helpful to men, but in general, is that I'm unabashed when it comes to, yeah, I have bipolar, I have depression, I have post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm not afraid to admit it. At one time, I wouldn't be able to. I would just be, yo, she's just crazy. But it's just like any other disease. If I had cancer or heart disease, at one time people would be like, oh, let's do a 5K run for that. Or, oh, geez, what can I do to help? Oh, you've got cancer. Let's all shave our heads in support of you. But mental health is not quite there yet. And it just takes more and more people saying it's a disease like any other disease. I didn't do anything to deserve it. And if I get treatment and the help I need, maybe I'll get better. And it's just not a horrible thing. It's not scary. I mean, it's scary to have it, but it's not, I don't know how to put it into words.
It's not scary to get help. That's what I think you're trying to say, right? It's not scary to reach out to find somebody. Like I'll openly admit it. Like if I hadn't have gone and seen, like if my brother hadn't have paid for me at the time to go and see a counselor, I would have killed myself. You know, I was at that level where I just wanted to end it all. But I just, you know, because of my parents and all this kind of shit, I just thought, you know, my brother's like, look, I'll pay, go get help. And it worked wonders for me. And then after that, I found out about all the other kind of services that were a lot cheaper to go and see and all this kind of stuff. Like I said, like my job center was the one that referred me to the local council's counselors. And that was great. Before that, I knew about the Let's Talk people as well, which is under the NHS banner. And they give you like 6 free sessions, which is awesome to get you started. And then you can use the local council sessions, which are cheap. Like if you're not working, they're £15 a session. If you are working, it's £45 a session, which is not expensive at all, considering how fucking amazing they are. But you know, I was lucky because people signposted me to those. A lot of people don't know about this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, Gaz.
Oh, can I ask you a question after Gaz?
Yeah, sure.
So, I've had talking therapy. So I've had, what's it called? Fading the word for it. It's like 3 words. Anyway, I've had that. I've had like talking therapy around my social anxieties and personal issues because I find it hard to interact with people because I get really self-doubtful that I'm a good person to talk to. I get very self-aware that I think I'm boring. And like the guy I talked to was really good. He actually taught me through that. That's a self-anxiety that I'm projected onto other people and not to do that and stuff like that. So he did a lot of things, and then I had my big issue in Scotland, and you know I've gotten help about that, and they've been helping me, you know, realize that because they just stuck me on a lot of meds, and it didn't really do me any good at all. But like I've had some more therapy, and that's really helped me out.
Meds. I'm not going to shit on antidepressants because, you know, they work to a degree, but they're not the solution. They're not the solution. The 3 solutions that I'm not going to act like a doctor here, so I apologize if this offends anyone. But I'm just talking about what I find seems to work for a lot of people, and that is number 1, you've just got to get on with it. You've got to just knuckle down and crack on with life. You can't sit and wallow in it because it makes it worse. Again, that's more anecdotal from my own point of view. Number 2, you know, talking to someone, counseling is a fantastic antidepressant. That outlet of speaking to a professional That I think that one for me works the fucking best. And number 3, obviously, is staying as active as you can. Antidepressants are also, again, I'm not here to shit on antidepressants because they are great, but they're not. I'm just saying they're not the only solution. Like, you can't just take antidepressants and think that's the end of it. There's more you should do. I'm not going to say you need to do. You should do to kind of help your situation. So just piling you with meds was enough. And have you found that the counseling has helped the most, Gaz?
Yes. So I mean, I'm starting to make progress. I'm starting to make more interactions here. Like, I know that we talk about my wrestling in kind of like a buffet way, but it actually helps me to have a goal that I'm working towards, like an actual physical goal that I enjoy doing. Because even though there's some bullshit behind wrestling because people have heat weekend, if you just know that and you just get on with what you're getting on with, it's such a good thing just to have a goal of this is what I'm working towards. There's nothing else that anyone could ever say or do to me that will be worse than what I wanted to do to myself. So that's the way I see it.
And there you go. You just answered what I said, like, beautifully, which I said you just got to crack on with it, find an outlet, and keep active. They're among the 3 best things you can do. They might not be the best solution, but they're the 3 best things you can do. Christine, sorry, we kept you waiting long enough.
Okay. I had a question for you, which I'll save to the end of the statement. I'm going to agree and disagree with you on some of your statements. Just pulling up your socks, I think, can be a dangerous thing to say to people. And I'll give you an example on why I believe this. It's like telling someone with a broken leg just to get up and walk. And I think that if that was the solution, if all I had to do was get up and go, I would have done that. So there's obviously something else going on, at least for me.
There's a physical limitation.
No, I'm talking about my mental issues.
Oh, right.
So I believe that, yes, you should stay active, and yes, you should get up and go, but you can't have that as the very first thing, because if that was all it took, I'd write a book. The book would just have 1 page saying, pull up your socks, and I would get a prize for like curing mental illness. What I will say is that see a doctor, because no one here is a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Get on the meds you need if you need meds. See a therapist, and then carry on, like you said, and do things in life. Give yourself a purpose. Take your mind other places other than just wallowing. Totally agree with that. Just not in the order you gave. And I really equate.
Not relevant the order I gave. It's just.
Well,
but you just basically parroted what I've said. I've just might not said it in the right order.
No, I say it that reason. I said it for a reason. Even if I understand what you meant. When I was still sick, I had a lot of people say this to me, and it prevented me from seeking help for a lot of years. And in those years, I tried to commit suicide. And if I had been successful, I wouldn't be here, because I felt a lot of guilt, because people were saying, but you're so strong. What's wrong with you now? What, are you just being lazy? Are you just being weak? So I just wanted to reinforce that, that's not what you meant. That's not, the only thing. It's something that can be helpful, but it's not you. There's nothing wrong with you being weak or lazy or not, But anyway, I'm getting off track. What I wanted to say for my journey, at least, I felt like my depression was akin to drowning at the bottom of the ocean. What the meds, and this goes to the meds thing, what the meds did for me was only get me to the surface of the water where I was treading water in the middle of the ocean. Because for me, they weren't the end all be all. There's so much more to getting well. And that's talking to people.
Exactly, yeah.
And I'm just sort of, bumping up what you said there. You want to get on the boat on the ocean and sail off in the sunset. You got to take the therapy too. And then you got to get on with it for sure. My question for you, when you were suicidal, if you don't mind me sharing, when you were in that place where you thought there was no other choice and thought, okay, this is the only solution, would it be safe to say that you were convinced that you were right in that moment, that this was the way to go?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I felt the
100%.
same. And I just want to tell people, no matter how right that feeling feels in that moment, that will pass. So go to the hospital, seek help, because I know your mind will lie to you and you think it's true at the time. You'll be convinced there's no other way out, that you're in a pit of darkness. There is a way out. You can get help. You're worth it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, at that point in time, I was convinced of it. And it's not my first rodeo. I've been there loads of times. Even like I hit that wall a couple of times last year as well. It doesn't go away, but you just have to get your help, find your outlets, and just, yeah, you know, just get past that. That it all comes in waves. And you just got to fight through those waves, you know.
It doesn't
because
go away. It gets easier though if you work it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like exercise, and I'm just using this as an analogy. Don't take it fucking literally. It's like exercise. You know, this bit's gonna hurt, but it will be over. So you just got to ride through that pain to get to the other side. And if you need to use a fucking stirrup to kind of help ease that pain, use a stirrup, by that being the therapy kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And yeah, so you know, it's just, you know, when you've been there, you kind of get used to it. You're gonna have your dips, you're gonna have your ups, your downs, and all this kind of shit, but it's not easy. And the thing is, this current climate, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, the world of employment has absolutely fucking made things worse for my mental health. Like, the current political climate has destroyed my mental health further than what it already was. Life beat me up. This has made it worse. But the employment side of it, that I think has made me almost as suicidal as when I was like in that area years ago through other personal issues that I was having. And this is the era where I will fucking come down hard like a ton of bricks, and I'll say, you have to remove all this gatekeeping for people finding. You could have the best worker you will ever have, and you won't know this because you have so many things, obstacles in their way. And I told you last week, like, I was very lucky, especially in the care industry, where I made huge waves there. I made a lot of like good changes for not just for the students that I worked with. All right. Like, again, I'll give you an example. We were last chance saloon for a lot of these students. So they came to us because they were way too challenging to go anywhere else. But my boss was always like, there's always a way, and her methods, you know, kind of worked. And I took what she taught us and not just ran with it, kind of put my own twist of it, understood people on a more individual level rather than just the whole kind of basic print and all this kind of shit. And with that, I helped bring down the behaviors of some of the absolute worst. Like, I was the go-to guy when they had a troublesome student. They were like, all right, we'll get Panny in, let them work with them for a couple of weeks. And it was just about finding what they liked, what made them tick, what they clicked, what they didn't like, how to push, all this kind of shit and all that. Now, I wouldn't have had that opportunity, and the industry wouldn't have had that had the place where I worked had a lot of gatekeeping, like getting your level 3 health and social care stuff and going through a fucking website like Indeed to get a job. And these barriers need to be removed, because this is why you can't fucking find the right worker anymore. This is why there are so many like good people that are unemployed, and yeah, it just doesn't help your mental health at all. Like,
what wonders never cease.
Sorry, Zam, go on, mate.
No, I said what wonders never cease, because I thought after 5 minutes review they'll probably definitely kill themselves. Looks Gaming says it's okay not to be okay. Daniel Vance, presently looking into ketamine. Isn't that the thing you pop your ass? Treatment for chronic pain, depression. Been watching the UK research for about a decade. It's finally here in the US. It's ketamine what you put up the arsehole.
No, it's horse tranquilizer.
No, yeah,
Oh yeah. That was what Joe Rogan was pushing. Guys, you're cool as shit. You don't know it. Seriously, I talk to different people all the time. Yes, you are cool, guys.
Goddamn right.
COVID isolation didn't help anyone. The one thing that didn't affect me because I was an essential worker, so I was never really isolated. With regards to their mental health, yeah, for sure. But then again, if you're an introvert, the COVID thing was probably the best thing that ever fucking happened to you. You know what I mean?
Mate, listen, Zam. There was this funny joke that somebody posted. It was like a meme, and it was like this meme where basically somebody knocks on the door, and they're like, "Congratulations, you've made it through 3 years of the pandemic. Here is your prize for staying indoors. You are like the record holder for being under lockdown." And the recipient's like, "There was a lockdown?" And that's COVID. That's what COVID felt to me. COVID changed nothing in my life. The only thing it changed for me, because I've been trapped in my room for years. The only thing it changed for me was having to queue up for shopping and wear a mask.
The outside world was more different. Yeah, if anything.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But how much did we go into the outside world, even during and pre-COVID? It wasn't that much. So it's like, for me, it was great because it was like a break as well. There was no pressures to do anything. So that 1 year period was fucking awesome.
I will keep asking my birds to make their noise. All right.
Deep fry those little cunts.
I want to show you the clip. But go on, Chris.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Earlier, I kind of ranted a bit, and I apologize, Ginger, but that was maybe a little bit of a trigger for me because it was something a lot of family members did to me, and one of my family members doesn't even talk to me for over a decade because he thought I was looking for attention and I should just pull up my socks. So I think that was just a really sore spot with me. I apologize.
I get it. I've been there before. I've been there with my family a lot. What I'm saying is, again, it's about the personal responsibility. It's not about, like, somebody else can't tell you just put up your bootstraps and crack on with it. I'm saying as an individual, you just have to get on with it. And, but I think your route was the kind of the more like not obvious. What's the word? It's the more kind of well drawn out route where you're drowning. You need to get to the doctor, get the meds to just get your head above water, and then that route. That was the more But yeah, I know what you mean.
Right.
And I apologize. I really apologize because I was hurt by someone else.
We don't take anything personal here.
Oh, good, because I was hurt by someone else and I took it out on you, and I shouldn't have done that.
No, the only thing the only thing I don't like is when we go off on tangents from the topic. That's it. As long as we stay on the thing, then we can go tangents afterwards.
No, I'll tell you what I don't like is when people get so offended that they don't even know that when I make a joke, I'm not doing it. Oh no, quiet! I'm talking here. When I make a joke or make a comment about certain thing, it can be funny and can be a bit rude. It's not coming from a place of hate. It's coming from a place of amusement and a joke. Like I told you about the situation I had when I made fun of Madonna because I thought that she looked like she had like 1,000 bee stings on her face. And I mean, I'm not sure. Do you know Shayra Moran?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, she stopped talking to me over that because she thought I'd be disrespectful to women. Even though I told her that the first thing I thought of was when I saw her face is that I thought of bee stings, which is why I made that meme. You know, and she stopped talking to me over that because she thought I'd be disrespectful to women. But I can take the piss out.
Here.
No, but the point is, I am allowed to take the piss out of a particular woman. There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. If you get offended by that, it's your fucking problem. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's check out good old Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rick B's favorite.
And can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you f off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you. Tell me why so many people.
Oh, she's such a fucking train wreck of a
She
human.
is talking about being triggered. I mean, she'll happily, like go on Congress and pull out giant placards of Hunter Biden's penis because she's obsessed with it. The moment she gets fucking challenged, she'll tell a reporter to fuck off.
And she doesn't even realize that she's lost as soon as she's got to tell the guy to fuck or girl to fuck off. You've lost the argument. So you're just reproving because you can't answer the question. And it was stupid to begin with. Now you're tripling down by telling her to fuck off about it.
Exactly. And by the way, so Vansler, Madonna went off on a person in the crowd for sitting during her last concert. Turns out they were in a wheelchair. Yeah,
Is that a joke? They're for real.
But let's be clear with Zam. Zam is a huge fan of Madonna. All right.
I think she's the greatest and a female artist of all fucking time, which makes her one of the greatest artists of all fucking time. But I think
and businesswoman. And businesswoman.
Don't really give a fuck about
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
her music is just great. Her music is great. I love Madonna.
To me, she's like the female David Bowie. Like she always like
what? That's no offense, but she's bigger than Bowie. She's more like the female Michael Jackson, the female Elvis Presley. She's that levels, dude. You know what I mean? She's those levels. There's no woman, there's no female singer as big as or who's changed their genre of music consistently as she has. I think she's dwindled down a bit, but she's allowed to. She's in her 60s. But regardless, her music was so inspirational from the early 80s right up to the to the late 2010s and shit like that. Constantly bringing out hits after hits after hits. And so I made one piss take about her because as much as I admire her for her music, I'm not evangelical over her like a Taylor Swift fan. I'll take the piss out of her because I thought there was a good. My first thought when I saw her in that picture was that she looked like she'd been stung by bees. And so I thought, yeah, that makes a good meme. Let me make this meme. And then certain people.
It's not a commentary on every woman either. So that person that unfriended you because you were taking the piss out of every woman because you made a comment about one woman.
Well, there's another mutual friend of ours. She's the one whose daughter became a trans man. I posted a picture of a fat guy go down a water slide, landing into the water, and then like the picture changes into like an explosion.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And I thought that was really funny. So I posted that on Facebook, and she had a go at me saying I'm fat shaming. And I said to her, I'm fat myself. I'm allowed to. Surely, if you're also fat, you're allowed to make fun of fat people. That's the rules, isn't it? You get a pass if you're one of them in any demographic. In any category, if you are that person too, I'm Indian, I can make fun of Indian people. I'm fat, I can make fucking fat people. I'm British, I can make fun of British people. I'm part of all those categories. So I'm making fun of a fat person. And she had a go at me saying I was fat shaming. And then I showed it to you, Ginger, because you're a fat cunt like me. You know what I mean? And so I wanted to see your
laughing. It was so fucking funny.
Oh,
yeah,
but
yeah, we can laugh at ourselves at times. You know what I mean? And all of these sorts. It was funny. It was a funny thing. You know, I mean, why am I not offended by it? I should theoretically that should offend me, but it didn't. I found it funny. You know, so yeah.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene is gonna be fined for her attire at the State of the Union address yesterday. She wore political attire, which is against decorum rules. Oh, she'll play the victim.
Yep.
She'll play the victim. That Madonna is meh. I don't like her music. Yeah, well, nobody likes you, you fucking idiot. So fuck off.
Regarding the State of the Union, apparently Biden absolutely killed it, like in a good way, like in a positive way. He went after Donald Trump and all of that. And it's funny now because the Republicans are pearl clutching, whilst Donald Trump every time he goes on one of his rallies, which he does so people can suck his dick. All he ever does is just take the piss out of Biden. about how old he is now incompetent. He's a communist. He's a Marxist. He's a this and a that and the other, constantly ridiculing him. And the moment you fight back, they pearl clutch. Ridiculous.
Yeah, of course,
Ridiculous.
always. She's already been fined more than she makes for not wearing mask during lockdown. Yeah, we know that one. Really, you hate Madonna, but you love Avril Lavigne. Sarah, I don't know who Sarah Bareilles is. Nobody fucking cares about that.
Pink's all right. I mean, everyone agrees they're fine, but Madonna's great, man.
Avril Lavigne's first album was solid, but that's it. Kesha, you can fuck right off with that.
I'm not sure.
She is a hack. She's garbage.
Were you talking about me while I was gone?
Yeah, absolutely. What a garbage. Oh, I was talking about Kesha. Whose music is absolute garbage. Wait, but you're not American, so the same rules don't apply to the US. I don't know what that was in reference to.
You know, listen, regarding Marjorie Taylor Greene, people are saying she never said Jewish space lasers. What she did say, and it's true, she never said Jewish space lasers. What she did say is that there's these lasers in space that are burning down the trees and the forest in California, and they were built by the Rothschilds. Yeah, which is basically Jewish space lasers. Yeah, it's the same way when people say that Donald Trump never said to inject bleach. Yeah, he didn't. He said to inject disinfectant, which is the word I always use when it comes to commenting on that. But nevertheless, infectant, bleach, it's semantics. So who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
I know. Exactly.
The American has spoken. We have to stop making fun of Americans until we get our citizenship. All right, Cheeto. We'll go get our citizenship and then start paying through the nose for health insurance. And then we can start taking the piss out of America.
I would not move there for any reason.
No. But you know what? Yeah. So here's a funny thing. All right. So like over the years, like in the 90s and 2000s, I was like, I want to go live in America and all this kind of shit. All that.
I was that.
Now, all of my friends are so anti-American. It is crazy to see this. Very same people that thought living out there, but because of social media, because they've seen the realities of what's been happening, they're like, I ain't gonna live there, man. It's a fucking third world country. It's a shithole. Everyone's just fucked over there. And I'm
say this.
So you finally realize what I've been saying for all these fucking years.
I'll say this. If I was a millionaire, if I was a multi-millionaire, I would happily live in America because that country is great for rich people. If you're a rich person, it's a good country for you.
I'd live somewhere else if I had millions.
No, I'm just saying that. I mean, you're better off. I mean, I agree with you on that to a degree too. But you're better off living there as a rich person than as a poor person.
You'd say like, if you're fucking rich, you can live out there because you can squirrel your tax money away. Nobody's going to come after you.
You pretty much run society. You own the fucking police out there. You know what I mean? You're all good. Dad kept saying if you can make fun.
No worries, guys, about your message.
He's not American. Yeah, I know, because you guys are so easy to make fun of. Half the shit I show, majority of the shit I show, is
the only shit you show is from America because they're just easy pickings.
I wouldn't have.
Because I've never eaten shit doesn't mean I don't know I wouldn't like it. Just like I don't have to live in America to know I wouldn't like it.
Exactly. I wouldn't have like segments like this.
Stupid American cunt.
Something. If you guys were to make fun of,
you don't just make it too easy for us. But that's why I do my best to kind of focus a lot on the British stuff, just so people don't just get hogwash with all the stuff that you show. I don't mean that as an insult. I mean,
I do show British stuff too. I was the one who showed the fucking train fares, for fuck's sake.
I mean, but it's more about just saying, look, I want people to know what's going on over here and all of that, because it'll be very easy for us to just sit there and just do that all the time. And it's just like, it's not just about being like that. That's the fun stuff. Okay.
Well, but the point is, like, my point is, is I want if these motherfuckers have an issue like Cheeto, who is part of the channel as well, come on, make a stupid British cunt segment and
Yeah,
show us what you
absolutely.
and show us what the fuck you got. But until then, don't say shit. Well, you can't say shit, but you got nothing to. You got Block. You got all these other dickheads, from your part of the world. All you stupid American cunts. Fucking make a segment, and make a segment here on the tube called "Stupid British Cunts," and fucking yeah.
Sorry.
TLD shows up for the America hate. You see? You see?
Canada. Well, make fun of us then. I think that we're more often making fun of America, not just because it's easy pickings, and it is, but because they have so much negative impact on the rest of the world, and they have no business doing it, and they do it on purpose. So that's another reason we do it.
Oh yeah,
because we want it to stop.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've always said Canada is what America should be. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
if
Sam.
America, Canada is what I've always said. Canada is what America should be. I mean, when you look at Canada, you think, yeah, why can't the rest of America be like the Canadians? I mean, they are American. Canadian
maple because hell yeah.
Yeah, they are. Canada is America done right, correctly. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I've been there several times. I know what it's like. So
what does that do when you do that? Does it?
I'm trying to.
Thing?
I need a background, like a black background. It
No.
does.
Awesome!
Holy shit!
Awesome.
She's a lady of many talents.
No.
Yeah, where is the America that inspired me as a kid? Where's the America that had the space program and was sending shuttles all the time, into space and trying to conquer that element, all of that? Where is that America? The America that was teaching me stuff in Sesame Street and Captain Planet and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The environmental aspect of it. Where is that America gone? That's one thing that made me love your country in the first place. But nowadays those things are frowned upon.
And even if we look back on it, the only reason they were really going into space at the time, which was phenomenal and great, was because communists were doing it. They couldn't let communism win.
No, I agree.
That's tainted.
I agree, but I was born after all of that, so I just saw it from a different perspective.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Only now, as an older person, do I get it. Back then, I was inspired too, for sure.
Oh, there you go. Vance hit it. The cocaine, mate. It's the cocaine change of direction. Yeah.
I thought wasn't it the Challenger explosion? Oh man,
that was in '87.
Yeah,
remember that terrible joke? That terrible joke off the Challenger.
Oh, that was in 1986. The Challenger explosion.
87.
No, it was 86.
All right, fine. But do you know what NASA stood?
I
NASA
watched that
stood
live.
for?
We had
fucking
it.
hell.
We had it
I saw
on
that
live
live.
at school.
I
They
think I
brought
remember
the-
seeing that happening.
We brought the TV out on those push carts, and they set it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
So we could, then we got sent home. Everyone got to go home after that.
In Canada. Fucking hell. That's mental. Damn, I just you say like the America you grew up with. The America I grew up with, I grew up in a Greek household. So every time I go to Greece in the summer, I'd get a lovely education on how America fucked not just Greece, the world. So I always grew up with like anti-American resentment. I said I'll enjoy the stuff that I like, which is like the films and all I'll enjoy the art, the cultural stuff of it, but everything else, that country, fuck off and die, kind of thing. That was my mentality growing up, and it always used to amuse me when I had so many friends that thought like, yeah, going to America, live the dream, and all this kind of shit. I was just like, what? Fucking okay, go then. You'll be back. You'll be back.
I also love their food, Ginger, because they had these big fucking hot dogs, these big fucking burgers, and all of these things, the sort of things you could never even imagine getting here in the UK. Everything was supersized. I remember watching Coughlin going to see Riff on Blog TV. He went to America to see him, and ref gave him a glass. And Coughlin looked at it and thought he called it a fucking vase. You know what I mean? It was just a glass for him to drink out of. But that's everything's just so much bigger in America. And when I was younger, before I became more clued up, I found these things really cool and fascinating. You know what I mean? There's the wrestling as well, and all of that shit, and some of the Americana, which I did fall for back then. You know, all their cartoons coming out, Transformers and G.I. Joe, the Forest Action Force, and all of this shit, Brave Star, and all of these sort of things. Constantly, I want to go. I want to be in this country. All these movies are coming from this country. Everything coming from McDonald's comes from America. I want to go to America so badly. Luckily, I have been to that bubbles burst, but I don't fall for that shit anymore. I mean, I'm glad I'm clued up. You know, I'm 180 from what I once was. You know,
yeah.
I still want to go back. I still want to go back for the sake of doing that road trip. But I told my cousin in Canada that if Trump becomes president, I ain't fucking going. 2025 ain't happening.
They won't even let you into the country, mate, if Trump becomes president.
Well, the same thing that I told my cousin.
I like visiting the States, but I would never live there.
Well, yeah. I mean, I did plan to go on a holiday, but I did tell my cousin who supports Trump in Canada. I said to him, the only reason why I want Trump to be president is so he doesn't implement that Muslim ban, and then your fucking ass can't go to America, but he goes to America all the time, being Canadian. You know,
exactly. We've been taken over by greed of money, career politicians. People forget we're a constitutional republic and not a democracy or a show. Yeah, exactly. It all changed. Look, it all changed for the world in the 70s when people like Rupert Murdoch, when people like the fucking neoliberals just didn't want to keep paying fucking taxes, and they just changed everything. And that's when it all stayed. Like Thatcher came in for the UK, Reagan for the United States.
Thatcher loved Reagan, didn't she? She fucking they went horse riding together and stuff. I love the way Spitting Image took the piss out of Thatcher, where she had him sucking his dick and shit like that. It was amazing. You know what I mean? Literally, like she would like run into the room and then Reagan would go, you know, and then she'll go down on him. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
But you know what cracks me up is the same. Again, this is where I always saw. This is where I get annoyed with Generation X. I know the guys that created Spitting Image were Generation X, but the people that created Spitting Image, which was supposed to, it was a political satire in general. It went after Thatcherism. It went after like Kinnock's Labour and all this kind of shit. But these very people, when they brought the show back, because they wanted to attack Corbyn. Okay, and the guy was very open about it. And I'm like, you grew up in Thatcher era. You know the damage that neoliberalism did, and you wanted to bring the show back to attack Corbyn. Because at the time when he recreated the show, he thought like Corbyn was going to be like the next government. So he wanted to go in and fucking go after that kind of shit. Obviously that didn't happen and all this, but it's like the same thing as with Generation X. You people grew up with Rage Against the Machine. You people grew up with all these fucking anti-establishment musicians, anti-establishment arts and all this kind of shit. And yet here you are in your late 40s and 50s parroting the very things that you fought against as a young person. And they always said, oh, you always grow more conservative as you get older. I said, no, people that have grown up in the propaganda era do. But the millennials, no. That ship has sailed now. But I get pissed off with these kind of people because I'm like, you're the ones fucking sitting there, gangster rap and all this kind of shit. What do you think that stuff was about? That stuff was about the very thing that you are defending.
And the whole lyrics, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Yeah. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, and like fuck the police and like the fucking systems and all this kind of shit. Wrapping up
the ones that wear badges are the same that burn crosses.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, you know, you're a lost cause. Just stick to your job and stay the fuck out of politics. Do the rest of the world a favor. Well, these pricks don't even vote, so fuck them. Anyway, 4.5 hours. That was a lovely long one. We had a lot to talk about today. It flowed like diarrhea through a buffalo, to quote South Park. And on that note, I want to thank everyone that joined us, everyone in the comments, everyone here, Jose who joined us earlier. And I'm not going to be doing bollocks and banter tomorrow. I don't know if anyone else is.
No, I see how I feel, but I think I don't want to personally. I would like a break.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, bollocks and banter is just like a little accoutrement, a little addition. Should there be more to talk about, or if we're bored and things like that. So on that note, keep an eye out for all the other stuff, and good night.